Chapter 61. Xiao Riyang's face was pitch black, and even his skin was gradually turning black. That was the spreading of the poison. Black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Xiao Riyang had difficulty breathing, and his throat couldn't make any sound. He slowly fell to the ground and twitched as if he was about to die. Many of the senior assistants frowned slightly as they had different thoughts. Perhaps they sympathized, perhaps they felt that it was cruel, or perhaps they felt happy. Only the alchemist Yao Lao sighed heavily with a helpless expression. He took a few steps forward and cupped his fists at Xiaoyang. Brother Xiaoyang, Xiao Riyang has lost. Leave this person to me. I was once saved by this person, so I want to repay him. How about it? Xiaoyang originally didn't take Xiao Riyang seriously, and his killing intent wasn't that heavy. Ever since he awakened the memories of the eternal divine emperor, his heart seemed to have experienced many vicissitudes. He nodded and waved his hand. Take him. Yao Lao expressed his gratitude. At this moment, two people rushed over from afar. One of them was Xiao Di. He had a special pardon order, so he had the right to come out. Someone was chasing after him, and that person was the captain of the guards. The captain of the guard shouted, Xiao Di, stop right now and tell me the truth. Xiao Di came out in advance because Xiao Riyang activated the transmission jade slip when he was about to die. He thought that Xiao Riyang was about to succeed, so he took out the special pardon order and rushed over. In fact, he had already rushed here, but the outcome wasn't what he imagined. Xiao Di saw the pitch-black Xiao Riyang and couldn't help but shout with an anxious expression. From the moment they met, Xiao Riyang had been very good to him. The two of them fought for the same goal. Even if Xiao Riyang fell into prison, Xiao Riyang didn't give up on him. This made Xiao Di feel touched, and it was also because of this that he rushed out without caring about anything. Xiao Riyang, how are you feeling? Xiao Di asked affectionately, but his face was filled with worry. He knew that both he and Xiao Riyang had been defeated, but what did it matter? At most, they would just die. Xiao Yang could faintly hear someone calling out to him. He felt a little surprised, but also a little happy. He was in such a situation, and even his former friends couldn't wait to stay as far away from him as possible. They were afraid that Xiao Yang would bear a grudge against them. Yet, someone still came to visit him at this time. It could be seen that the other party's friendship was very strong. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a familiar figure. It was Xiao Di. He was a little surprised. It's you? Xiao Di, you have failed. Run for your life. Xiao Riyang forced himself to open his mouth, but his words were not clear. This made Xiao Di almost cry bitterly. In order to deal with Xiao Yang, they had fallen into this situation. It was too tragic and desolate. He stood up and explained to everyone. Previously, when I tried to assassinate Xiao Yang, I colluded with Xiao Riyang. Now, I'm willing to atone for my sins with my death. Please let Xiao Riyang off, even if you have to banish him from the clan. With a flip of his hand, he took out a sharp sword, placed it on his neck, and pulled forcefully. The next moment, blood should have spurted out, followed by a head falling to the ground. However, this scene did not happen. In front of Xiao Di stood a person. It was Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang held the opponent's sword. Xiao Di, Xiao Riyang, you too will be the Xiao family's secret guards in the future. Only a few people knew about the secret guard organization. They were the guards of the Xiao family. However, they were different from the guards on the surface. They could only live in the darkness for the rest of their lives and could not see the light. In other words, they would not have their own names in the future, only a personal code name. They were the family's death warriors and could only be loyal to the family in this life. Identity, status, power, and glory did not belong to them. They could only be an obedient secret guard. If the family wanted them to die, they could only die. For others, being a secret guard was an extremely severe punishment. However, for Xiao Dui and Xiao Riyang, These two sinners, it was a kind of redemption and hope. You won't kill us. Xiao Di's eyes were filled with shock. It was as if he did not expect Xiao Yang to be so benevolent. Xiao Yang's gaze moved away from him and landed on Xiao Riyang's body. He looked at Xiao Riyang's poison injuries. The alchemist Yao Lao sighed and said, I just gave him a high-grade detoxification pill. The pill is ineffective. He can't be saved. Not necessarily. Xiao Yang slowly raised his hand and pointed his index finger at Xiao Riyang's glabella. He circulated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant secret art and refined the poison. At the same time, he activated the poison vein in his body and slowly absorbed the poison in Xiao Riyang's body. He was also secretly converting the poison into spirit qi. 10 breaths of time passed. Xiao Riyang gradually recovered. The poison in his body had been completely expelled. However, he was still very weak and pale. He looked at Xiao Yang with a complicated expression. His eyes were also very complicated. He also heard what Xiao Yang said just now and did not have any opinion about it. We were narrow-minded and wanted to harm Xiao Yang. Now that Xiao Yang is not calculative about it, we are very grateful. We are willing to be secret guards wholeheartedly. We are willing to become the clan's death warriors. Xiao Riyang and Xiao Di looked at each other. They both knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiao Yang. After all, they had committed a capital crime and violated the clan's rules. If they were to strictly enforce the rules, they would only have a dead end. However, Xiao Yang did not care about the past and let them go. He even helped them expel the poison and heal their injuries. They would always remember this kindness in their hearts. The truth of the matter had been revealed. The guard captain, who followed them, sighed repeatedly. He did not expect such an outcome. He also did not expect that the mastermind behind Xiao Di was Xiao Riyang. I failed to protect you. Please punish me, Xiao Yang and Yao Lao. The guard captain also knelt on the ground and begged for punishment. It was fine if he failed to protect Xiao Riyang. Later on, he promised Xiao Yang to thoroughly investigate this matter. In the end, he let the mastermind, Xiao Riyang, enter the prison and allowed Xiao Di to take the opportunity to escape. Don't trouble me with this kind of matter. You can deal with it as you see fit. Forgive me for not accompanying you. Xiao Yang was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of management matter. He had never forgotten his purpose in entering the poison medicine pavilion. He also did not forget about the competition with Xiao Qin. This Xiao Chen dared to use Lin Shanshan to frame him. He would definitely teach him a lesson during the competition. He entered the room and sat down. Xiao Dalai hesitated for a moment. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. If you have something to say, just say it. Xiao Yang glanced at the other party. Big brother Xiao Yang, according to the information I received, Xiao Qin has already stepped into the peak of First Order Martial Master. He is cultivating in the clan's immeasurable cave and is about to break through to Second Order Martial Master. Xiao Dalai said indifferently. As Xiao Yang's follower, he naturally understood the situation. Chapter 62. Xiao Yang frowned slightly and muttered to himself. Second stage martial master? It seemed that while he was improving, the other party was also improving. The next day at dawn, Xiao Dalai walked in excitedly and stopped in front of Xiao Yang. He chuckled and said, Big brother Xiao Yang, there's good news. Senior assistant Xiao Feilong asked for your help. He even gave you a generous reward. Xiao Yang remembered this person. When he challenged Xiao Riyang, he was the one who gave him a mid-grade poison pill. Let's go and take a look. Xiao Yang stopped cultivating and slowly stood up. When he walked to the door, he saw a fat man waiting for him. This person was Xiao Feilong. I am Xiao Feilong. I have specially come to visit brother Xiao Yang. Xiao Feilong hurriedly said when he saw Xiao Yang come out. This is a greeting gift. I hope brother Xiao Yang doesn't mind. Everything was paved with money. Xiao Feilong understood this principle. He hurriedly took out a set of precious medicinal ingredients and handed it to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang took a look. Oh my God, these medicinal ingredients were quite rare. They could be used to refine a profound, rank poison pill. He glanced at Xiao Dalei without batting an eyelid. Xiao Dalei took the medicinal ingredients from the other party. Speak. What advice do you have for me? Xiaoyang also knew that he had to take the other party's money. Since the other party gave him a good gift, he naturally didn't mind helping. Xiao Feilong didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "It's like this. If a senior assistant wants to be promoted to an alchemist, he has to refine a poison pill. However, during the refining process, my furnace exploded. Now, the entire cave is filled with poison gas. I can't enter at all. So, I'm asking Brother Xiaoyang to help me disperse the poison." "And okay, lead the way." Xiaoyang agreed without hesitation. The poison gas was his best nourishment. He couldn't wait for it, so how could he refuse? Xiao Feilong was overjoyed. He looked at Xiaoyang gratefully and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he took Xiaoyang to the cave mansion. Along the way, he was seen by many people. "Look, isn't that Xiao Feilong? Why did he invite Xiaoyang? You don't even know about this?" Xiao Feilong's furnace exploded during the alchemy process. Many people heard about it. When the furnace exploded, the poisonous gas would wreak havoc. Coincidentally, this Xiaoyang is the best at breaking the poisonous gas. If we don't look for him, who should we look for? So that's how it is. In that case, hasn't old man Xiao been worried that he can't dispel the poisonous gas in the cave recently? If he finds Xiaoyang, right. Look, I almost forgot about this. I remember that Xiao Cheng's furnace also exploded. Xiao Feilong listened to the movements around him. He knew that Xiaoyang couldn't be hidden anymore. In order to prevent others from snatching Xiaoyang away, he immediately chuckled and said, "Brother Xiaoyang, look, I will invite you to eat and drink more in the future. Don't dislike it." Xiaoyang smiled faintly. Naturally, he knew what Xiao Feilong was thinking. He immediately replied, "And no problem. Once you solve the problem of the poisonous gas, you can look for me. For Xiaoyang, the more the better. This is the cave mansion where I refined the pills before. I will have to trouble you to take a look. I don't dare to go in. I went in 3 times and wasted 3 antidotes. In the end, I didn't have any clue." Xiao Feilong walked to the entrance of a cave mansion and pointed at it while explaining to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled faintly. He didn't take it to heart. He walked inside and said, "Leave it to me. You have seen my ability." He stepped into the cave mansion. The cave mansion was in a mess. Fragments of the pill furnace and medicinal herbs were everywhere. Even the surrounding walls were swept away by the shockwave of the explosion, leaving behind traces. Xiaoyang took a deep breath. The air was indeed filled with intense poison. It was obviously not inferior to the poison of a low-grade poison pill. It was no wonder that the other party couldn't solve it. Bloodthirsty iceworm, refine it well. It will also be beneficial for your growth. Xiaoyang instructed. Because there was no one here, the bloodthirsty iceworm didn't need to hide. It simply flew out and frantically refined the poisonous gas in the cave mansion. It opened its mouth and inhaled. A huge suction force was generated and quickly swallowed the poisonous gas in the surroundings. It was like a whirlpool, swallowing and purifying the gas in large mouthfuls. Xiaoyang clearly felt that the poison entering his body was much purer. He directly operated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant secret art and controlled the poison to enter his poison vein. His poison vein had just been formed and was still very dry. It needed a large amount of poison to fill it. After waiting for more than 10 breaths, the poisonous gas in the cave mansion had been completely absorbed. Xiaoyang put away the bloodthirsty iceworm and slowly walked out of the cave mansion. "Brother Xiaoyang, how is it?" Xiao Feilong was anxiously waiting outside. When he saw someone come out, he hurriedly asked. In fact, he was also afraid that Xiaoyang couldn't solve it. He was also afraid that Xiaoyang would be poisoned inside. Now that he saw that Xiaoyang was safe and sound, He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And it's solved. You will know when you see it. Okay. Xiao Feilong responded and hurriedly rushed in. He quickly came out with a bright smile on his face. He praised and thanked Xiaoyang. He wanted to take out some gifts for Xiaoyang, but Xiaoyang refused. This made Xiao Feilong recognize Xiaoyang even more. He personally sent Xiaoyang out. Not long after, he saw 20 to 30 people gathered in front of him. They were all in a long line. This sudden lineup gave Xiao Feilong a fright. He thought that something big had happened. Brother Xiaoyang, my cave mansion is also filled with poisonous gas. I can't refine pills for the time being. Please help me. I will be very grateful. Old man, Xiao cupped his fists toward Xiaoyang. Me too. Please help me, Brother Xiaoyang. Xiao Cheng had a sincere look on his face. The other senior assistants who needed help also cupped their fists toward Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was happy to see this happen. After all, the poisonous gas was delivered to him like a precious gift. Of course, he had to cherish it. His entire mood became better. The world was so beautiful. Okay, lead the way. Xiaoyang didn't say a word. He immediately followed them and attacked. A cave mansion only took more than 10 breaths of time. After a trip, almost all the senior assistants' problems were solved. Okay, the problem of the poisonous gas in your cave mansion has been solved. If you have such problems in the future, feel free to come to me. Xiaoyang said to the many senior assistants behind him. He was in a good mood. He had definitely made a profit this time. After absorbing so much poisonous gas, his poison veins seemed to be full. It was as if he had eaten and drunk enough. This was twice the result with half the effort for him to cultivate the heaven-devouring poison tyrant technique. He should be the one thanking them. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyang. These are our good intentions. I hope Brother Xiaoyang will accept them. Many of the senior assistants symbolically gave out gifts. Xiaoyang declined, but the other party still insisted. So he let Xiao Dalai accept some symbolically. Chapter 63. Let's stop here. Xiaoyang waved at them. They had already sent him hundreds of meters away. Brother Xiaoyang, I have news about your father to tell you. Old man Xiao walked up to Xiaoyang and whispered. Xiaoyang frowned slightly. What kind of news was it that made the other party so cautious? And speak. Xiaoyang waved his hand and used his cultivation to create an isolation barrier that could block the eavesdropping of the surrounding people. Xiao Cheng's expression froze. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to have such an ability. He immediately said decisively, "It's like this. According to the news I received, your father is in Marshallyang City. The Wang family might harm him." Xiaoyang's face darkened as he snorted. Of the 3 major families in eastern neighboring town, other than the Lin family that was promoted by the Xiao family, there was only the Wang family left. It wasn't the first time the Wang family showed hostility to the Lin family. It was normal for the other party to make things difficult for them. And thank you. I'll pay attention. Xiaoyang thanked him. He respected his father very much. Ever since his cultivation fell to the martial disciple realm, his father was so worried that his hair turned white. He was thinking of all kinds of methods and begging all kinds of people, hoping to help Xiaoyang recover. Xiaoyang couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. Fortunately, not only did he recover his cultivation talent, he even awakened the poisoned body. His future was bright. Xiaoyang brought Xiao Dalai back to his house. There was a person sitting in the house. It was the alchemist, Old Man Yao. I wonder why Old Man Yao is here. Xiaoyang frowned and asked. Ever since he dealt with the matter of Xiao Riyang and Xiao Dui, they rarely met and didn't have much interaction. Now that the other party came here personally, there should be something. Yao Lao stood up. As an alchemist, his status was a level higher than Xiaoyang's. However, he still bowed humbly and said gratefully, Brother Xiaoyang, a discerning person doesn't resort to insinuations. I'm very grateful that you let Xiao Riyang off earlier. If that's all, then don't talk about it. I don't care about it, Xiaoyang said calmly, as if he didn't care at all. Although the two of them deserved to die, their talent and cultivation were also very good. If they could be loyal to the family, it would be a very good choice. As the children of a Xiao family, of course, they had to consider the overall situation of the Xiao family. Yao Lao's expression stiffened. He knew that the other party wanted to chase him away. He hurriedly cupped his fists again and said, Brother Xiaoyang, there's an alchemist who specifically asked me to invite you over. Why don't you come with me? Xiaoyang was very surprised. Yao Lao was also an alchemist. What ability did the other party have to be able to dispatch Yao Lao? This meant that the other party was stronger than Yao Lao in all aspects. He was a little hesitant. Seeing that Xiaoyang didn't say anything, Yao Lao could only remind him again, Brother Xiaoyang, that alchemist is Dan Lao. He's the #1 alchemist in the alchemy pavilion. All kinds of high-grade pills are made by him. Therefore, we are very respectful to him. He was also afraid that Xiaoyang would offend Dan Lao. Dan Lao was a powerful existence that he didn't dare to offend. After Xiaoyang heard this, he was also a little tempted. All right, let's go see him. Yao Lao let out a sigh of relief and led the way. As he walked, he said, Brother Xiaoyang, this Dan Lao has a bad temper and is very arrogant. If there's any problem, I hope you can bear with it. Don't worry. Under normal circumstances, I don't care. Xiaoyang replied. After all, he wasn't a petty person. However, if someone was looking for trouble, even if the other party was the #1 alchemist, he wouldn't be afraid. They arrived at the alchemy hall where the alchemists lived. The #1 alchemist of the poison medicine pavilion, Old Dan, was sitting in the main hall. Although his face was old and his back was somewhat stooped, his pair of eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life were circulating with a sharp light. He was very spirited and gave people a kind of imposing aura of a superior. Dan Lao, I've invited the person you wanted. Yao Lao hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. There was no other way. Although everyone was an alchemist, alchemists were also divided into high, medium, and low grades. For example, he could only refine mid-grade pills at most. He still needed to consult Dan Lao before he could occasionally try refining high-grade pills. Dan Lao was very arrogant. He didn't even look at Yao Lao. His eyes lightly swept over Xiaoyang. He didn't have much interest and directly said, I think Yao Lao has already told you about my identity. I also know about your unique ability. Come, follow me and help me disperse the poisonous gas in the alchemy room. As the #1 alchemist, he naturally had the arrogance of the #1 alchemist. Xiaoyang slightly frowned, but he didn't take it to heart. Dan Lao directly erupted with the cultivation of a 6th-level martial master and quickly left with Xiaoyang. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the entrance of the alchemy room. At this moment, the alchemy room's door was tightly shut, sealed by a huge stone door. Let me tell you, this is the poisonous gas of a high-grade poison pill. This is my first failure. Here are 2 high-grade detoxification pills. If you can't deal with it, quickly come out so you don't lose your life. Although Dan Lao was arrogant, he was still a kind person. He directly took out 2 high-grade detoxification pills and handed them to Xiaoyang. One had to know that in the entire Xiao family, high-grade pills were scarce. The fact that Dan Lao took out 2 pills at once really shocked Xiaoyang. However, with his poison body, why would he need a detoxification pill? Xiaoyang faintly smiled. With his own arrogance, he coldly said, Dan Lao, as the #1 alchemist of the poison medicine pavilion, your contributions to the Xiao family are immeasurable. Although I am only a child of a Xiao family, I am willing to help you this once. As soon as his words fell, his majestic cultivation began to revolve and directly bombarded the stone door. The stone door trembled and slowly opened. As the stone door opened, a dense poisonous gas began to spread out from the gap. Without saying anything, Xiaoyang immediately activated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant incantation. He activated his poison veins and controlled the poisonous gas in a small area. The poisonous gas was originally violent. However, when faced with the true king of poison, it immediately surrendered and allowed Xiaoyang to control it. Xiaoyang took this opportunity to step into the alchemy room and began to slowly refine and absorb the poisonous gas. Even Danwu was shocked by this magnificent performance. Although he could enter and leave the alchemy room at will, he would not be as relaxed as Xiaoyang. One had to know that this was the difference between their cultivation. If he had Xiaoyang's cultivation, he would never dare to step in. After waiting for about half a cup of tea's time, he saw Xiaoyang safely walk out of the alchemy room. "How is it?" Old Dan asked nervously. His face was full of anxiety. After all, this was the alchemy room he had used for many years. Of course, he didn't want to give it up so easily. Otherwise, with his abilities and identity, there would be many alchemy rooms waiting for him to choose. Chapter 64. With me, Xiaoyang, there's nothing that can't be solved. Just take a look and you'll understand. Xiaoyang arrogantly said, appearing very confident. Danwu was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily. He felt that this junior Xiaoyang was very interesting. He stepped into the alchemy room and took a look, and he felt very good. The poison gas that even he was somewhat afraid of had completely disappeared. He turned around and saw Xiaoyang slowly walking away. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes and ponder for a moment. Then he stepped forward and chased after him. "Xiaoyang, right? I, Danwu, have always been very fair. Since you helped me, I'll naturally give you benefits. Since the detoxification den is useless to you, this old man will owe you a favor. When you need it, come find me at any time." Danwu's expression was filled with arrogance. His favor was very hard to come by. As long as it was a matter of the poison medicine pavilion, he could make the final decision. Xiaoyang walked outside and saw that Yao Lao didn't leave. This made Xiaoyang somewhat moved. "Yao Lao, why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for me?" Yao Lao's expression was a bit nervous. He quickly glanced outside, then lowered his voice and said to Xiaoyang, "Xiaoyang, take a detour and leave from here. There's someone up ahead who's looking for trouble with you." Oh, this made Xiaoyang very surprised. Who would be looking for trouble with him? Ever since he entered the poison medicine pavilion until now, even the #1 alchemist of the poison medicine pavilion had to give him face. Who would be so reckless as to court death? But looking at Yao Lao's expression, the other party seemed to be very powerful. What was going on? Could it be that the other party was an alchemist? Just as Xiaoyang was pondering, he immediately heard Yao Lao's explanation. "Brother Xiaoyang, don't you remember? Outside the poison medicine pavilion, you once injured Xiao Zhongtian and humiliated him. Xiao Zhongtian has an uncle who is an alchemist of the poison medicine pavilion. This alchemist's reputation is not small. Even I don't dare to directly confront him." Yao Lao bitterly smiled. His face was filled with helplessness. Even though Yao Lao acted all high and mighty in front of the senior assistant, in reality, he still had to tuck his tail between his legs in front of the real big shots. All right, Xiaoyang nodded. He would rather have less trouble than meddle in other people's business. So he turned around and left. After all, his objective for entering the poison medicine pavilion was very pure. He did not want to be affected by those messy matters. However, just as Xiaoyang took a step forward, a figure came pressing down on him. The reason why it was pressing down on him was because the other party's cultivation was too strong. His power was earth-shattering, and even Xiaoyang found it difficult to withstand. "Xiaoyang, you scoundrel! Stop right there. You want to leave?" Xiao Zhongqin came in front of Xiaoyang and shouted. His eyes revealed a fierce light, his expression was ferocious, and his aura was extremely ruthless. His powerful aura instantly locked onto Xiaoyang. The powerful cultivation of a level 5 martial master suppressed him, making Xiaoyang feel as if he was carrying an ancient, divine mountain on his back. It was extremely heavy. "Xiao Zhongqin, This is the residential area of the alchemists. Don't think of messing around. Seeing that Xiao Yang was being bullied, Yao Lao's face could not help but change. He hurriedly reprimanded Xiao Zhongqin. Humph, trash, the number one alchemist from the bottom. What qualifications do you have to give me pointers here? Scram! Xiao Zhongqin coldly snorted. He was extremely disdainful of Yao Lao's threat. With a wave of his hand, a powerful cultivation force exploded out and directly pushed Yao Lao back dozens of feet. Xiao Zhongqin, you dare to fight me here? Yao Lao was flustered and exasperated. Although he was the last, he was still an alchemist. He did not expect that the other party would not give him any face. However, his cultivation was only at level 4 martial master. He was simply not a match for the other party. Regarding this, he was also very helpless. Trash from the bottom. If you continue to be long-winded, do you believe that I won't end you? Do you think I don't know that you've been leaking information to Xiaoyang? What a joke. If it weren't for the fact that you're an alchemist, I would have killed you with one slap. Xiao Zhongqin was extremely powerful. In addition to his cultivation and not a weak alchemist, he had the qualifications to be arrogant and domineering. Yao Lao really did not dare to make a sound. He could not help but snort coldly and turn around to leave. Actually, he did not leave, but went to find someone to help him. Xiaoyang, you used your cultivation to bully my nephew, Xiao Zhongtian. Don't you owe me an explanation? Xiao Zhongqin viciously stared at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang resisted the other party's powerful aura without the slightest fear. He was neither servile nor overbearing, as he said. Xiao Zhongtian wanted to curry favor and was willing to be Xiao Chen's lackey. He wanted to use poison to kill me, and even wanted to take advantage of the time when I was poisoned to kill me. I spared his life, which was already showing him mercy. As an elder, if you can't distinguish right from wrong, then how are you different from him? How dare you? Do you think I don't know what kind of person Xiao Zhongtian is? I am an alchemist. How can a high-ranking assistant like you criticize me? Even if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know your mistake. Take my palm. Xiao Zhongqin snorted coldly and directly attacked Xiaoyang. A palm slapped down, and a terrifying power instantly crushed down from the sky. Xiaoyang's pupils contracted as he felt a huge threat to his life. He hurriedly sent out his divine sense and contacted Fiery Bird, saying, "Fiery Bird, don't you have the cultivation of a martial ancestor? Cripple him. If anything happens, I will take responsibility." This was one of the sources of Xiaoyang's confidence. He had Fiery Bird to protect him. Fiery Bird's terrifying cultivation was something that even the old ancestors of the Xiao family had to be wary of. This Xiao Zhongqin was stubborn and could not distinguish right from wrong. If he killed him, then he killed him. Why should he show mercy? However, just as Fiery Bird was about to unleash its might, a dignified shout came from afar. "Stop, Xiao Zhongqin. Do you think this is your backyard? You can do whatever you want." As the voice was heard, a terrifying power of cultivation swept out like a stormy sea, instantly dispelling Xiao Zhongqin's killing move and protecting Xiaoyang. Xiao Zhongqin's complexion changed greatly as he snorted. Facing this terrifying cultivation power, he could not help but hurriedly retreat a few dozen feet. He stared gloomily at the newcomer. He seemed to be very afraid of the newcomer and did not dare to make a move. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Old Dan, this is a matter between me and Xiaoyang. Are you going to intervene?" The newcomer was the number 1 alchemist, Old Dan. He was invited by Old Yao. Although Old Dan was usually a bit arrogant, he was still loyal to his friends. "Xiao Zhongqin, you are a dignified elder, a dignified alchemist, a dignified rank 5 martial master expert. Yet you are here to deal with a rank 7 martial warrior junior. Do you still have any shame? Even if you don't have any shame, the Poison Pavilion does. In the entire Poison Pavilion, what I say counts." Old Dan released his aura and locked onto Xiao Zhongqin. As long as Xiao Zhongqin dared to make a move, he would not be polite. This made Xiao Zhongqin flustered and exasperated. He knew that with old Dan's intervention, he would not be able to teach Xiaoyang a lesson this time. Chapter 65. He said ruthlessly, "Xiaoyang, just you wait. This matter is not over." After shouting, he rushed towards Yao Lao and threatened, "And you, trash, you dare to ruin my good deed. You will regret it." After Xiao Zhongqin threatened the two, he immediately used his movement technique and left. "Thank you, Yao Lao, Dan Lao." Xiao Yang bowed to the two. Actually, he did not need the help of these two people. If they had not intervened, Xiao Zhongqin would have already died at the hands of Fiery Bird. Forget it, Xiao Zhongqin was lucky. This time, he would temporarily let him go. Next time, he would not be so lucky. And pay more attention in the future. If you really can't do it, you can move in with me. Dan Lao nodded. He was quite optimistic about Xiaoyang. Yao Lao looked at Xiaoyang enviously and urged, "Xiaoyang, hurry up and agree. This is something that I can't even ask for, yet you've encountered it." If he could live in Dan Lao's main hall, whether it was cultivation or alchemy, it was very likely that he would be able to receive pointers from him. This was something that could not be asked for. Forget it, people always need to grow. How can I grow on a wing? Thank you for your kindness. Yao Lao, that Xiao Zhongqin is not easy to deal with. You should be more careful. Xiaoyang cupped his fists and said goodbye. He used his movement technique and left the place with a step of 450 feet. What a handsome movement technique! Dan Lao squinted his eyes and praised. Yao Lao's face revealed a regretful expression and said regretfully, "The other party does not know how to cherish it. He is still too young." Xiao Yang returned to the senior assistant's residence. Xiao Dalei was cultivating. In just a few days, he had broken through another level. "Dalei, not bad. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit." Xiao Yang joked, "That's a must. I've told my family that I'll stand out. I'll fight for glory and face for them." Xiao Dalei said seriously, even if his cultivation was considered low as a person, if he did not have a dream, then what was the difference between him and a salted fish? Xiao Zhongtian's uncle, Xiao Zhongqin, came looking for me. "Tell me, how can a senior assistant be promoted to an alchemist?" Xiao Yang asked. His initial goal was to become an alchemist. As long as he could become an alchemist, he would have a lot of medicinal ingredients for alchemy for himself to squander and a lot of poisonous pills to refine. Moreover, the identity of an alchemist would be very popular in Xiao family. No matter where he went, he would be respected and respected. "What? You offended Xiao Zhongqin?" Xiao Dalei stopped cultivating and glanced at Xiaoyang. Seeing that Xiaoyang was not joking, he seriously explained, "Xiao Zhongqin is a 4th stage martial master. How did you escape from his hands? That's amazing. However, since you've offended him, it's basically impossible for you to be promoted to an alchemist. That's because he's a part-time appraiser. Anyone who wants to be promoted to an alchemist has to refine a middle-grade poison pill and send it to him for inspection. If he says you can pass, then you can pass. If he says you can't pass, then you can't pass." Xiao Dalei's face was filled with helplessness. He suddenly sympathized with Xiaoyang and sighed for a while. However, when he thought about it, in just a week, Xiaoyang had gone from an apprentice to a senior assistant. He had completed the journey that others would take several years to complete. He felt that there was nothing to be sad about. "There's no time to lose. I'm going to the examination hall." Xiaoyang said indifferently and got up to leave. His father had left the family for a period of time, and there was no news from him. This meant that he was definitely in danger in Martial Yang City. He could not delay any longer. Wasting time here was simply waiting for death. With such good innate conditions, of course he had to work harder. "Hey, you really going?" "I'm going too," Xiao Dalei exclaimed and hurriedly followed. Even if he did not have the qualifications to take the examination, it was still good to watch the show. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaoyang and Xiao Dalai arrived at the examination hall. Stop, this is the examination hall. It's not a place for you to play. Leave quickly. The guards at the examination hall scolded Xiaoyang and Xiao Dalai who wanted to enter. In their opinion, these two youngsters were purely here to play. After all, this was a dignified and holy place. How could they have the right to blaspheme it? What's going on? The captain of the guards activated his cultivation and instantly teleported over from afar. Ever since he was punished for failing to protect the place, he had learned from the bitter experience and devoted more energy to protecting the place. Therefore, he was able to know immediately if anything happened. Oh, it's Brother Xiaoyang. The captain of the guards saw Xiaoyang as soon as he appeared and hurriedly went up to greet him. Last time, it was also because Xiaoyang was merciful to him and did not hold it against him that his punishment was reduced. Now, after being punished, he relied on Yao Lao's recommendation and promotion to get to his current position. In the past, he was only in charge of the defense of the senior assistant's residential area. Now he was also in charge of the defense of the alchemist's residential area. This meant that he had been promoted. His status and identity had also increased. Even so, he was still very respectful to Xiaoyang. You guys, what are you roaring for? Don't make a fuss before you see clearly who is coming. The captain of the guards turned his head and roared at his subordinates. He did not want to cause Xiaoyang's displeasure. The guards quickly lowered their heads and did not dare to make a sound. The higher the rank, the more oppressive it would be. The Xiao clan had such a strict hierarchy. Brother Xiaoyang, how can I help you? The captain of the guard smiled at Xiaoyang again. Yes, I want to enter the examination hall for the examination. It's time to be promoted to alchemist. Xiaoyang looked at the captain of the guards calmly and said slowly. At the same time, he took out the senior assistant's token and handed it to the guards. He still understood this principle. Although he knew the captain of the guards and could easily enter through his relationship with the captain of the guards, this would inevitably make the guards think that he relied on his connections. Only by revealing his identity would the other side be convinced. Besides, it was just taking off the identity token. It was not a big deal. They don't know my identity, so they warned me. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, it's fine. I still admire such dedicated guards. Xiaoyang did not forget to put in a good word for the guards. The captain of the guards naturally understood Xiaoyang's thoughts. He smiled and said flatteringly, Brother Xiaoyang's reputation has spread far and wide. Almost everyone has heard of you. There's no need to be modest. I think they are blind dogs. You guys, Brother Xiaoyang has already exonerated you. Quickly thank him. The captain of the guards turned around and scolded a few guards. The guards hurriedly cupped their fists to Xiaoyang and apologized shamefully. Sir, we were reckless. Thank you for your kindness. Chapter 66. Ever since they saw Xiaoyang's identity token, they looked at Xiaoyang in a new light. At least Xiaoyang had such an identity at such a young age, much better than those who relied on connections. Looking at Xiaoyang's magnanimity, not only did he not care, he even defended them. This made them feel deeply grateful. Xiaoyang waved his hand, asking them to leave. Then he brought Xiao Dalai into the examination hall. Your Highness, who are you? What business do you have here? Inside the examination hall sat a person. This person was Xiao Zhongchen. Xiao Zhongchen was studying the pill recipe in his hands when he heard the footsteps of someone coming in from outside. Only then did he ask indifferently. Although it was only an indifferent question, there was the pressure of a superior being released. Xiaoyang and Xiao Dalai were stunned when they heard this voice. This world was really too narrow. They did not expect to meet Xiao Zhongchen. Xiao Zhongchen was Xiao Zhongtian's uncle. He had always wanted to cause trouble for Xiaoyang. He did not expect that this time it would come knocking on his door. Before they came, Xiao Dalai said that Xiao Zhongchen was an appraiser. If they wanted to be promoted to an alchemist, they had to go through him. Although the two of them were prepared, Xiao Dalai still had the urge to run away when he saw Xiao Zhongqin. But for the sake of loyalty, he endured it and chose to stay. Senior Assistant Xiao Yang, participating in the alchemist examination. Please approve. Xiao Yang came back to his senses and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Xiao Zhongqin was stunned. It had been a long time since a senior assistant took the alchemist examination. Why did one suddenly appear now? Well, that was not the point. The point was, why did the other party's voice sound so familiar? He looked up. Oh my God, it was that brat Xiao Yang. He came at the right time. He was just worried about where to find him. Last time, Danwu protected him and let him go. Now that this person came knocking on his door, how could he let him go so easily? Xiao Yang, it's you. Ha! Xiao Zhongqin put down the pill recipe in his hand and laughed loudly, his expression extremely excited. I was just worrying about how to find you. I didn't expect you to come to your death yourself. You're in my hands, and you still want to take the alchemist exam? I want to ask, are you awake? Xiao Zhongqin was extremely excited. His face was flushed red because of this, and his entire person was excited to the extreme. He said almost crazily, Xiao Yang, last time, you had that old fart protecting you. This time, I want to see who can protect you. Die. He raised his hand and was about to attack Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang did not have the slightest bit of fear. With a cold snort, he directly took out the senior assistant's token and shouted, Xiao Zhongqin, are you crazy? I am a senior assistant. Naturally, I have the right to participate in the alchemist's examination. Please do not make a mistake, lest you get yourself killed. He did not like Xiao Zhongqin. If this was not the examination hall, he would have joined forces with Fiery Bird to get rid of the other party. Xiao Zhongqin looked at the senior assistant's token floating in midair and took a deep breath. His eyes flickered, and he finally calmed himself down a little. He hated Xiao Yang, but he was not stupid. If there were any casualties in the examination hall, he would not be able to escape responsibility. Didn't this Xiao Yang want to take the alchemist exam? He was here to check. Even if the other party passed, he would definitely not let him pass. There was nothing more miserable than torturing someone. He laughed coldly. Xiao Yang, you naturally have the right to take the exam. Please choose a refining room and hand over the refined pills for me to check. If I say you pass, then you pass. Xiao Zhongqin's face was filled with a sinister smile. His eyes were filled with mockery, and he was extremely pleased with himself. No matter what, he would not let Xiao Yang pass. This way, he would be able to control Xiao Yang in the palm of his hand. Xiao Yang was too lazy to care about the other party's thoughts and schemes. He snorted lightly, chose a refining room, walked in, and began refining pills. If a senior assistant wanted to be promoted to an alchemist, then they had to refine a mid-grade poison pill. In addition, they could also choose to train an apprentice or become an assistant. As long as they met the requirements of 3 years of work, the difficulty of refining pills would be lowered. As long as they could refine a low-grade poison pill, they could be promoted to an alchemist. People like Yao Lao worked in the senior assistant position for more than 3 years and were promoted to an alchemist by refining low-grade poison pills. People like Xiao Zhongqin had the talent and ability to directly refine mid-grade poison pills to be promoted to an alchemist. Therefore, Yao Lao did not dare to provoke Xiao Zhongqin. Xiao Yang, who was standing in the alchemy room, was meticulously refining pills. In his previous life, he was the eternal poison revered, so his refining methods and pill recipes were endless. Although his body cultivation in this life was not strong, but a few days ago he could easily refine mid-grade poison pills. Now, refining poison pills was a simple matter. If I were to refine mid-grade poison pills, the other party would definitely make things difficult for me. Well, since there are enough ingredients in the refining room, I will directly refine high-grade poison pills. Xiao Yang was thinking as he refined. He constantly adjusted the temperature and size of the flame, and also the order and proportion of the ingredients. Among the high-grade poison pills, there is a poison pill called the cold poison pill. This pill has no smell, and looks no different from ordinary pills. It is very ordinary, but people who touch it will immediately be poisoned. This damn Xiao Zhongqin wants to make things difficult for me. Why should I be polite to him? Xiao Yang analyzed the situation. With Xiao Zhongqin's temper, it would be good if he did not kill him. How could he let him pass safely? All the ingredients needed were refined, the dregs were removed, and the essence was extracted, condensed into a pill. The flame was slowly extinguished, but the pill furnace was still emitting a constant temperature. Xiao Yang waited quietly. He was not in a hurry, and also took advantage of this time to close his eyes and rest. After about half a cup of tea's time, his eyes slowly opened, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. He raised his hand, and the lid of the pill furnace suddenly opened, and a thumb-sized pill floated out of the pill furnace. The moment the pill appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Xiao Yang's hands formed a series of seals, and a mysterious cultivation base was injected into the pill. Soon, the cold air released by the pill was sealed, and the temperature in the pill refining room gradually recovered. This is the real high-grade poison pill, the cold poison pill. Xiao Yang was satisfied with his harvest. He walked out of the pill refining room. Xiao Dalai was still waiting here, and Xiao Zhongqin looked at him with a sneer. This made Xiao Yang's expression unhappy. He snorted and said, "The pill is done. Please examine it." He placed the pill in his hand in front of Xiao Zhongqin. Xiao Zhongqin reached out and took it, pretending to be appraising it. Then he sent the pill back to Xiao Yang and announced the result. "Xiao Yang, your pill is very ordinary. At most, it is a low-grade pill. It does not pass. Please leave, I won't send you off." Chapter 67. Regardless of whether Xiao Zhongqin could see the preciousness and grade of the cold poison pill, he had already made up his mind that he must not let Xiao Yang be promoted to an alchemist. This would give him the pleasure of revenge. He had wanted to find trouble with Xiao Yang before, and now that he had Xiao Yang's weakness, how could he let it go so easily? Besides, Xiao Yang was only a senior assistant, and it was already difficult to deal with him. He even got to know Yao Lao and Dan Lao. If he was promoted to an alchemist, he would be on equal footing with him. If he wanted to continue his revenge, it would be even more difficult. Looking at Xiao Zhongqin's strong and arrogant attitude, Xiao Yang had an indescribable anger in his heart. The cold poison pill he refined was a high-grade pill. If the other party was not ignorant, then he was deliberately making things difficult for him, or both. Xiao Zhongqin, you will regret it. Don't come begging me in the end. Xiao Yang was unable to restrain his anger and left behind a ruthless sentence. "Dalai, let's go." He called out to Xiao Dalai, and the two of them walked out of the examination hall and went straight back to their residence. Xiao Dalai could clearly feel Xiao Zhongqin's hostility, but because his cultivation was not enough, he did not dare to forcefully contradict him. After returning here, the pressure was gone, and he angrily said, "This old thing, using public office to avenge private grudges. With this kind of person, the family will be destroyed by him sooner or later, old man." Xiao Yang agreed with this sentence. He sneered and explained, "Don't worry, the other party will come looking for me in less than an hour." How can my pill be so easy to take? The cold poison pill itself was a top-grade pill. In addition, Xiao Yang's refining method was special, and he even sealed the cold air on the surface so that the other party could not see it. They could only examine it as an ordinary pill. The moment the other party touched the pill with his hand, he had already been poisoned. It was just that it had not acted up for the time being, but it would soon act up. About the time it took to brew a cup of tea passed. Someone really came looking for him outside the residence. Xiao Dalai had been waiting at the courtyard entrance since early in the morning. When he saw the person coming, he immediately sent out a communication jade slip to inform Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang walked out of the door and saw a ray of light flying over from afar. It's Yao Lao. When the other party came closer, he saw the face of the person who had come. It was Yao Lao. May I know why old Yao has come here? Xiaoyang frowned and asked indifferently. Yao Lao bitterly smiled and looked at Xiaoyang. Brother Xiaoyang, to tell you the truth, I've come here for Xiao Zhongqin. He's been poisoned by a cold poison. He said that it's related to your medicinal pill, so he asked me to come and ask for the antidote. Xiao Daliai's face changed. Originally, he found Yao Lao pleasing to the eye and thought that the other party was on his side. But now it seemed that the other party was obviously in cahoots with Xiao Zhongqin. How could he still have a good expression on his face? He angrily shouted, Yao Lao, that Xiao Zhongqin is abusing his position for personal gain, taking revenge for a private grudge, and deliberately making things difficult for big brother Xiaoyang. Can't you see it? What are you trying to do? Xiaoyang also showed displeasure, snorting lightly, and said sarcastically that Xiao Zhongqin boasted that his alchemy skills are superior to others. I am just a senior assistant. How could a pill hurt him? Isn't he very powerful? It would be easy for him to refine the antidote himself. Yao Lao bitterly smiled again. How could he not hear the anger of Xiaoyang and Xiao Daliai? They must be full of hatred for Xiao Zhongqin. It could also be seen that Xiao Zhongqin had really offended them. Yao Lao actually didn't want to work for Xiao Zhongqin, but he was inferior to him in all aspects. Since others had found him, he couldn't refuse, because he didn't have the qualifications to refuse. The other party had ordered him. If he couldn't do this, then the other party would definitely make it difficult for him. Thinking of this, Yao Lao braced himself and came over. Before he came over, he had already expected the outcome. But he didn't expect Xiaoyang and Xiao Daliai to be even more irritable and angry than he had imagined. Try to think, if Xiao Zhongqin could refine the antidote, why would he need to send him over? Now, even if Xiao Zhongqin used all kinds of methods, he was still unable to detoxify the poison. As long as he set his sights on Yao Lao, he would let Yao Lao take action. As for himself, because he couldn't let go of his pride and dignity, even if he was poisoned, he wouldn't personally beg Xiaoyang. There's no antidote, Yao Lao, please go back. Xiaoyang was too lazy to continue being courteous with the other party. If it weren't for the fact that they were friends, he wouldn't be able to hold back his anger and mockery. Yao Lao naturally saw the other's attitude and explained with a bitter smile, Brother Xiaoyang, for the alchemist examination, can you let me see your Dan? To be honest, if your Dan is of the middle level, then you can ask the disciplinary hall to step in and let them handle it impartially. Even though Xiao Zhongqin is in charge of the appraisal, if the examinee is dissatisfied, you can file a complaint. The prerequisite is that you have confidence in your Dan. Seeing the light in Xiaoyang's eyes and the slight change in his expression, Yao Lao knew that he had hit the nail on the head. He continued, the disciplinary hall is not easy to fool. If you cause trouble for no reason, the punishment will not be light. This was to remind Xiaoyang that if he didn't have confidence in his Dan and went to the disciplinary hall to take charge of the matter, he would receive a heavy punishment. Actually, Yao Lao's heart was still leaning toward Xiaoyang. As for asking for Xiao Zhongqin's Dan, he had no choice but to do so. After all, in the alchemist hierarchy, he was ranked last. Of course, every alchemist could bully him. Xiaoyang also understood the other situation, so he didn't make things too difficult for Yao Lao. Now that he heard that Yao Lao's information was good, his prejudice against the other disappeared. With a flip of his hand, he took out the cold poison Dan and handed it to the other. Look, this is the cold poison Dan. Don't touch it with your hands. Yao Lao's expression was emotional. From Xiaoyang's actions, he could tell that the other party still trusted him, which made him feel a little touched. He carefully sized up the cold poison Dan and felt that this cold poison Dan was not ordinary. It was even more violent than the usual cold poison Dan. After looking at it for a while, he felt that he couldn't endure it. He quickly circulated his cultivation to resist and didn't dare to look at it again. "Brother Xiaoyang, this cold poison Dan of yours is very good. It is at least better than a low-grade poison Dan. Let's go. This old man will personally take you to the disciplinary hall. I believe that the disciplinary hall will give this old man face and seek justice for you. How about it?" When he saw this cold poison Dan, Yao Lao decided to stand on Xiaoyang's side. If he reported Xiao Zhongchen because of this matter, he would definitely be able to take away Xiao Zhongchen's identity as an appraiser. "Okay, let's go." The two of them unleashed their cultivation and left in an instant. In an instant, they arrived at the disciplinary hall. The disciplinary hall's architectural style was completely different from the poisonous medicine pavilions. The poisonous medicine pavilion's architectural style was gentle and refined. The disciplinary hall's architectural style was angular and majestic, giving people a natural sense of oppression. Chapter 68. "Brother Xiaoyang, I know someone here. I'll go invite him over. Please wait a moment," Yao Lao said to Xiaoyang. Seeing Xiaoyang nod his head, Yao Lao turned and left, walking towards the inner part of the hall. Not long after, he brought out a member of the disciplinary hall. This person wore the disciplinary hall's uniform and appeared dignified and righteous. He was serious in speech and manner and had a square face. His cultivation was not to be underestimated, as he was actually a 5th-level martial master. Xiaoyang did not dare to be negligent. Seeing this person come out, he cupped his fists and greeted him. Xiao Fei nodded as a greeting. He then looked at Yao Lao and said, "Yao Lao, this matter should not be delayed. Let's go now." Yao Lao signaled Xiaoyang to follow, and the three of them flew towards the examination hall of the poisonous medicine pavilion. Examination hall. When Xiao Zhongchen saw Xiaoyang leave with a face full of unwillingness, his heart was filled with joy and his face was filled with pride. He was so happy that he walked around the hall a few times, as if taking revenge on Xiaoyang was something to be happy about. However, when he sat down and prepared to do his work, he cried out in surprise. He discovered that his right hand that was holding the brush was covered in a layer of black. This was a sign of being poisoned. Along with the appearance of this black color, there was a chill that seeped into his heart and lungs. This made him even more fearful and anxious. He hurriedly revolved his cultivation, wanting to dispel this damned cold qi. However, he discovered that his cultivation was not enough, causing him to completely panic. Fortunately, he was also an alchemist with decent talent. He immediately took out various detoxification pills and consumed them, wanting to use the detoxification pills to dispel the poison. However, after spending a lot of time, he was still unable to dispel the poison. Instead, the poison spread faster, causing his entire arm to turn black. He was dumbstruck. After taking deep breaths and barely managing to stabilize his emotions, he tried hard to recall what had happened today. Very quickly, he recalled his contact with Xiaoyang. He clearly remembered that he had touched the alchemical pill that Xiaoyang had sent over. However, that alchemical pill was ordinary and not at all surprising. Xiao Zhongchen had not thought much of it, but other than that, he had not come across any other alchemical pills. At this point, he had completely concluded that this matter had something to do with Xiaoyang's poison pill. However, he was a high and mighty appraiser and had connections with Xiaoyang. How could he admit defeat to Xiaoyang? Just a moment ago, he was still so arrogant and overbearing. He was even making things difficult for Xiaoyang, which made him feel refreshed. If he were to lower himself to beg him now, not to mention whether he could get the antidote, he would not be able to lower himself to admit that he was wrong. Therefore, he went to look for Yao Lao. After all, Yao Lao was the most useless person among the alchemists. Of course, this kind of person had to be used properly. However, from the moment Yao Lao left until now, almost an hour had passed and there was still no news of him. Xiao Zhongchen, who was pacing back and forth in the main hall, could no longer remain calm. Looking at his hands, both of them were filled with black poison. The cold air was even more intense and gradually seeped into his internal organs. He knew that he was about to be finished. If the poison spread through his meridians, even a golden immortal would not be able to save him. Xiao Zhongqin became anxious and vexed. As he walked, there was a violent aura. Everything he saw was unpleasant to the eye. He was very unwilling and unconvinced. He did not expect that in the end he would be tricked by Xiaoyang. Thinking of this, he was extremely angry and wanted nothing more than to kill Xiaoyang directly. Xiaoyang, you and I cannot live under the same sky. Xiao Zhongqin roared in the main hall. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still some time, he once again contacted Yao Lao through the communication jade slip. He was sending Yao Lao to do this matter. No matter whether the matter was successful or not, there had to be news back. However, there was still no news, which made him even more irritable. This was because the black poison had already spread throughout his entire upper body, and even his face had begun to turn black. Xiao Zhongqin was so angry that he directly slapped out with his palm, smashing the table and chair in front of him into pieces. He snorted and said, "Yao Lao, you trash! How dare you stand me up? I must kill you." Yes, he had long seen that Yao Lao and Xiaoyang were leopards of the same hill. How could they be at ease working for him? Just as he was about to walk out of the examination hall and take advantage of the time to kill someone to vent his anger, Xiaoyang came. It was Xiaoyang's alone. "Xiao Zhongqin, where are you going?" Xiaoyang landed in front of Xiao Zhongqin and sat on the steps of the examination hall with a sneer on his face. "It's you, Xiaoyang. You finally come to die." As soon as he saw Xiaoyang, Xiao Zhongqin was unable to restrain his anger. He was so angry that he directly opened his mouth and shouted. His hatred for Xiaoyang had reached an extreme point. This damned Xiaoyang. His cultivation level was low, and his status was low. What gave him the right to toy with him so many times? This made him feel humiliated. Especially this time, he was poisoned by Xiaoyang. Even an elite alchemist like him could not cure the poison. It was obvious how big of a blow this was to him. On top of that, Yao Lao did not reply to his messages and stood him up. His killer's intent was thick, and he wanted to kill Xiaoyang before he died to vent his anger. He did not think that Xiaoyang would come to die alone. It wasn't hard to imagine how happy Xiao Zhongqin was. "I came to die. Didn't you send someone to ask me to save you?" Xiaoyang's eyes were full of mockery as he sneered. Xiao Zhongqin froze. After a cold hiss, he once again suppressed the cultivation that was about to explode. Yes, he did not lose his mind because of his desire to kill. If he could find the antidote, then it would be for the best. He was only planning for the worst, which was that the poison in his body could not be cured. He planned to drag others down with him. Even if he died, he would drag others down with him. However, if Ling Xian could cure the poison in his body, then why would he want to die? Xiao Zhongqin took another deep breath and stabilized his emotions. He coldly stared at Xiaoyang and sneered, "Xiaoyang, you sure have guts? You dare to poison me. Do you know that the crime of murdering an alchemist is enough to make you wish you were dead?" What a joke. "Xiao Zhongqin, I am just a normal alchemist. You are also a normal alchemist. How can you say that I poisoned you? You are ignorant and inexperienced. You are not skilled enough. Who else can you blame? If I had to say something, I would say that if you don't have the skills, then don't be an alchemist. You are harming others and yourself." Xiaoyang loudly retorted, his face full of anger. His clan was weakened because of this kind of person. You ignorant child, I am an alchemist. How can you judge my abilities?" Xiao Zhongqin continued to boast about his superiority. Xiaoyang's face was full of disdain as he taunted, "If you really had the skills, then why didn't you recognize my Dan? Why would you be poisoned? Don't you think you are funny? Stupid, ignorant, and self-righteous. An alchemist like you will kill many of your own kind. Bastard, I am going to kill you." Xiao Zhongqin could no longer tolerate this. Chapter 69. He has always been proud of his own ability. Who would dare to ridicule him and insult him like this? He simply could not bear it any longer. The powerful cultivation of a fifth-ranked warrior was instantly released. Raising his hand, he tried to grab Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang is only a seventh-ranked warrior. The gap between him and his opponent is like the gap between heaven and earth. He is not his opponent at all, and was instantly grabbed by his opponent. Xiaoyang, you are now a piece of meat on my chopping board. I want you to die, however, I want you to. You still dare to be stubborn? Xiao Zhongqin tightly grabbed Xiaoyang, one hand holding onto Xiaoyang's neck. His expression was ferocious, and the corner of his mouth revealed a sneer. He seemed to have found the feeling of being in control of everything. Xiaoyang was fearless. His eyes revealed contempt. The reason why he did not resist was because he was not prepared. Under the protection of Fiery Bird, Xiaoyang could eliminate his opponent at any time. Moreover, his opponent was poisoned. The closer he was, the more likely he would be under Xiaoyang's control. Xiaoyang has a poison body and has cultivated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant technique. He is the natural nemesis of poison. Do you really think so? Xiao Zhongqin, I said you are ignorant and you still don't believe me? Xiaoyang sneered. In an instant, he activated the poison vein in his body and manipulated the poison to attack. In an instant, Xiao Zhongqin's upper body felt as if it had exploded. The pain was unbearable, and he could not exert any strength. It was as if there were endless insects biting him. This was the erosion and attack of the poison. His hands went soft, and he had no strength. His whole body bent over. His face was extremely pale, and his forehead was overflowing with cold sweat. Xiaoyang slowly stretched out his hand and pried open his opponent's hand. Looking down at him, he sneered, "Do you believe your stupidity and ignorance now? You, what did you do to me?" Xiao Zhongqin was extremely shocked. His heart was filled with fear. His eyes revealed fear as he looked at Xiaoyang. It was as if he was looking at a demon, causing his soul to tremble in fear. At this moment, Yao Lao slowly walked over from afar. When Xiao Zhongqin saw Yao Lao, it was as if he had seen his savior. He almost shouted, "Yao Lao, you finally came back. Quickly come and save me. This thief, Xiaoyang, wants to harm me." Yao Lao shook his head and sighed. Even now, Xiao Zhongqin was still unrepentant and did not know that he was in the wrong. He was simply incurable. He said indifferently, "Xiao Zhongqin, Xiaoyang is just being promoted through the normal assessment. Why do you have to use your position to avenge your personal grudge? You represent the family's image. Isn't this unfair and unjust, smearing the family's name?" "I didn't." Xiao Zhongqin hurriedly quibbled. His eyes darted around as he tried to think of a way to escape. At the same time, he secretly circulated his cultivation base. He felt that his cultivation base was beginning to recover, and the poison in his body had also lessened. To him, this was a good thing. As he watched Yao Lao slowly approach him, a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. "Yao Lao, listen to me. I really didn't." Xiao Zhongqin pretended to be weak. As soon as he finished speaking, his cultivation base suddenly erupted. His entire body shot out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yao Lao. He stretched out his hand and tightly grasped Yao Lao's neck, making it difficult for Yao Lao to breathe. His face turned red. "Xiao Zhongqin, are you crazy?" Yao Lao forced himself to curse. He did not expect Xiao Zhongqin to be so crazy that he even wanted to kill him. Who is to blame? Blame yourself for being too stupid. You and Xiaoyang are in cahoots. You think I don't know. Anyway, I've been poisoned. If I can't live, you won't have it easy either." Xiao Zhongqin seemed to have lost his mind. He immediately turned around and roared at Xiaoyang. "Bastard! Hurry up and hand over the antidote. Do you believe that I won't kill him? I said you will regret it." Xiaoyang was expressionless. He did not look like he was being threatened at all. All of this was actually under his control. The The poison in Xiao Zhongqin's body was already under his control. The reason why Xiao Zhongqin could still use his cultivation base was that Xiao Yang deliberately let him go. Only in this way would Xiao Zhongqin explode with the most ugly scene. Xiao Zhongqin gritted his teeth in anger. He knew that Xiao Yang would not compromise. He immediately snorted and increased the strength of his hand. He wanted to squeeze Yao Lao to death. He believed that Yao Lao would instantly slap Xiao Yang to death. However, when he wanted to increase his strength, he once again found that his cultivation base and strength were not under his control. The same pain appeared again. He was forced to curl his body and curl up. His face was as white as paper. Yao Lao, who had turned pale with fright, came back to his senses and hurriedly distanced himself from Xiao Zhongqin. He shouted and snorted, "Xiao Zhongqin, you deserve to die. A dog can't change its habit. Xiao Zhongqin, do you know your wrongs or not?" Xiao Yang operated the heaven-devouring poison technique and used all his strength to control the poison to attack. Xiao Zhongqin, who was deeply poisoned, could not bear it. He rolled on the ground, and black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His whole body was sweating, as if he was about to collapse. He hurriedly begged Xiao Yang for mercy. "I know my wrongs, I know my wrongs. Please stop." This had happened twice. He obviously knew that the other party was controlling the poison to attack. "Tell me about your previous attempts to harm others. I want to use this as leverage to prevent you from finding trouble with me in the future," Xiao Yang said unquestionably. Xiao Zhongqin originally had some doubts about Xiao Yang's intentions. After listening to Xiao Yang's explanation, he was relieved. In addition, he had no choice but to confess the 10 most vile things he had done in the past 3 years. Among them, 3 were using public power for personal gain, corruption and embezzlement of the majority of the poison pavilion's medicinal ingredients. Another 3 were slandering others, putting a false label on the other party's head, taking the opportunity to drag others into prison, and reaping the rewards for himself. The last 4 were injuring others for personal gain, taking their lives, and then using the power in his hands to settle the grievances. Xiao Yang and Yao Lao did not expect the other party to be so crazy. Hearing this, they were dumbfounded. "I'm done. Xiao Yang, why haven't you detoxified my poison?" Xiao Zhongqin looked at Xiao Yang hopefully. At this time, the disciplinary hall's Xiao Fa Li slowly walked out. When Xiao Zhongqin saw Xiao Fa Li appear, he knew he was done for. Then he shouted at Xiao Yang with a ferocious expression, "Xiao Yang, you despicable thief. You dare to deceive me. You deserve to die. You deserve to die." Noisy. The righteous Xiao Feilai roared and slapped Xiao Zhongqin's face. Xiao Zhongqin did not dare to make a sound. He knew very well the consequences of going against the disciplinary hall. "Xiao Zhongqin, what do you have to say now?" Xiao Feilai questioned, giving the other party one last chance to defend himself, based on the other party's heinous crimes. As for beheading him, "I don't accept this, I don't accept this." Chapter 70. The Dan he gave me was just an ordinary Dan. At most, it was a low-grade Dan. How can you say that I purposely made things difficult for him? Xiao Zhongqin defended himself, because everything Xiao Yang and Yao Lao did was based on the fact that the Dan was a mid-grade Dan. If it was a low-grade Dan, then there would be no such thing as making things difficult for him, and there would be no such thing as revenge. Yao Lao looked at Xiao Yang. Xiao Feilai also looked at Xiao Yang. Xiao Zhongqin also noticed everyone's expression, and his expression became even more savage. He said proudly, "Yes, I am 100% sure that the Dan he gave me was only a low-grade Dan. Xiao Yang is just looking for a reason to kill me. His heart is punishable because with a righteous person like me here, he will not be able to get away with it, and will not be able to become an alchemist." At that moment, Xiao Zhongqin, this despicable and shameless person, also labeled himself as a righteous person. This was simply disgusting. Xiao Yang coldly smiled and took out the cold poison Dan again. He said sarcastically, "If it was only a low-grade Dan, why couldn't you detoxify it? As for the specific grade of this Dan, you could have asked someone qualified to appraise it." Xiao Feilai also thought that it was reasonable. In order to make the criminal submit, he contacted Dan Lao, Xiao Dan, Xiao Du, and other high-level alchemists to appraise it. After sending out a jade slip in the name of the law enforcement hall, they quickly arrived. "Why is the law enforcement hall looking for us?" Dan Lao and the others stepped forward and asked. They also saw Xiao Yang and could not help but be astonished. Why was this Xiao Yang also here? Xiao Feilai did not explain much, and only took out the cold poison Dan. He calmly asked, "I asked you to come here to help with the case. This is the Dan, please appraise it." Xiao Dan carefully looked at it, and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He hurriedly said, "Good, this Dan is extraordinary. It is more violent than ordinary Dan. Even a 5th-level martial master would not be able to deal with the cold chi within. The Dan's grade is at least mid-grade." Xiao Du also moved closer. After studying it for a while, his complexion slightly changed. His breathing quickened as he said, "How is this a middle-grade medicinal pill? This is clearly the characteristic of a high-grade medicinal pill." Pill Elder couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he listened to the two's evaluation. He also moved closer to take a look. He was very clear that these two alchemists had always been arrogant existences. For them to praise a medicinal pill in such a way meant that it was definitely extraordinary. When he carefully observed it, he couldn't help but be shocked. He immediately blurted out, "This is a high-grade pill, the cold poison pill. My goodness! This pill is also recorded in the family's poison ceremony, but the records are incomplete. No one has ever succeeded in refining it. I didn't expect it to appear here. It's incredible. Could this have been refined by Xiao Zhongqin?" When they looked at Xiao Zhongqin, their gazes changed slightly. There was some admiration in their eyes. Xiao Feilai explained, "This cold poison pill was refined by Brother Xiaoyang to be promoted to an alchemist. However, Xiao Zhongqin appraised it as a first-grade medicinal pill, which led to a conflict between Xiaoyang and Xiao Zhongqin. He asked me to make the decision." This Xiao Zhongqin confessed to the top 10 harming incidents in the past 3 years. In addition, his appraisal ability doesn't meet the requirements of an alchemist. "I want to take him away for investigation," Xiao Feilai explained. Then he shouted at Xiao Zhongqin angrily, "Xiao Zhongqin, what else do you have to say now? What are you waiting for?" Xiao Zhongqin's face was ashen. In an instant, it was as if he had lost all hope. His entire person became dispirited and listless. His eyes dimmed like a walking corpse. He didn't even have a straw to clutch at. Since this Xiao Yang could refine a high-grade medicinal pill, how could he let him have an easy time in the future? He was disheartened. Pill Elder, Xiao Dan, Xiao Du, and the other alchemists weren't interested in the matter of being punished. They were interested in who refined the cold poison pill. They didn't expect it to be refined by Xiao Yang. They had a whole new level of respect for Xiao Yang. They were too lazy to pay attention to Xiao Feilai's law enforcement. They immediately walked up to Xiao Yang and humbly asked him questions about refining. Xiao Yang relied on the memories of his previous life as the eternal poison sovereign and answered their questions one by one. This made Pill Elder and the other studious old fellows feel grateful and impressed. "Grandmaster Xiao Yang, with your ability and level, you are fully qualified to be an alchemist. Now, with our joint recommendation and your medicinal pills, bestowing an alchemist token is not a problem at all," Xiao Du hurriedly explained. After seeing Xiao Yang's ability, he wanted to establish a good image in front of Xiao Yang. Xiao Dan also had the same idea. He hurriedly expressed his position and urged Pill Elder. "Pill Elder, why aren't you hurrying? You are the #1 alchemist in this poison medicine pavilion. What's wrong with bestowing an alchemist token?" Pill Elder bitterly smiled and explained to his companions, "You misunderstood. Bestowing an alchemist token is, of course, not a problem. The problem is that alchemists are also divided into different grades and ranks. I want to bestow an advanced alchemist token. What do you think?" "We couldn't ask for more. Pill Elder, you're finally enlightened." His two companions were even more delighted and enthusiastic. Although there were many alchemists in the entire poison medicine pavilion, the number of advanced alchemists could be counted on one hand. Xiao Yang indeed had the ability to become an advanced alchemist. They had heard of Xiao Yang's detoxification ability before, and there was absolutely no doubt about it. Even the number one alchemist, Pill Elder, praised him to the extreme. Adding on Xiao Yang's current alchemy ability, it was enough for him to be an advanced alchemist. "Good, Xiao Yang, you are now officially promoted to an advanced alchemist. This is your identity token. Keep it well. Aside from your fixed monthly alchemy task, you will also be a part-time lecturer. You can teach and dispel our doubts. Is that okay?" Pill Elder looked at Xiao Yang with a hopeful expression. Alchemists were originally a profession where one lived and learned. Unless one wanted to remain stagnant, they were very eager to learn and advance. He could finally obtain the title of an alchemist. Xiao Yang also breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Of course, that's not a problem." He took the advanced alchemist token, symbolizing that from this moment on, he was an advanced alchemist. Pill Elder sent Xiao Feilai a few steps back. After watching Xiao Feilai take Xiao Zhongchen away, he excitedly came over and congratulated Xiao Yang. "Grandmaster Xiao Yang, congratulations. I'll have to trouble you to guide me in the future." Xiao Yang glanced at Pill Elder and calmly said, "I'll do my job. Don't worry." After exchanging some pleasantries, Xiao Yang returned to the senior assistant's residence. After Xiao Dalei learned of his identity, he was so excited that he jumped 3 feet high. "You're an advanced alchemist. Heavens, this is something I've dreamed of my entire life. You did it in half a month. It's simply unimaginable." Chapter 71. Let's go to the alchemist's cave. Xiao Yang smiled. Every alchemist had their own cave, and the environment of the cave was much better. When Xiao Yang walked out of the door, he saw Xiao Feilong, Old Man Xiao, Xiao Cheng, and the other senior assistants coming to send him off. He was also a little moved. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Yang and Xiao Dalei left the high-class residential area under the gazes of the senior assistants. After arriving at the alchemist's cave, Xiao Dalei saw that the entire mountain was his. He was so excited that he somersaulted. Even Xiao Yang exhaled a turbid breath. After entering the cave, Xiao Dalei sensibly cleaned the place and served Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang walked out of the cave and arrived at the clan's mission hall. Previously, he entered the poison medicine pavilion mainly for the high-grade poison pills. Now that he had achieved this goal, he naturally wanted to receive the reward. In fact, this was not the only benefit of being promoted to alchemist. He could also obtain more alchemy resources. If he was frugal, he could also earn a large sum of money. Not to mention, the poison medicine pavilion had a special salary, which was much more generous than the clan's. Just as he walked into the mission hall, he met a woman. It was Lin Shanshan, who wanted to kill him before. This made Xiao Yang stunned. He did not want to walk in. He grew up with this woman and could be considered childhood sweethearts. However, she wanted to kill him in the end. She betrayed his sincerity and chose to be with Xiao Qin. It could be said that she was vicious. The only explanation was that she fancied Xiao Chen's identity and status. No matter what, Xiao Chen was still the clan head's son. Although he hated her in his heart, he could not do so at this moment. Ever since he awakened the memories of the ancient poison sovereign, he had let go of a lot of things. A person's life should be diligent in cultivation and strive for the highest heavens. There was a saying, "If you hear the truth in the morning, you will die at night." Just as he wanted to take a detour, Lin Shanshan had already noticed him. She called out to Xiaoyang from afar and mocked, "Xiaoyang, you are here?" Then she twisted her exquisite body and walked step by step toward Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, what are you doing here? Do you think this is a place you can come to? I don't deny that you made a breakthrough in your cultivation before, but you are already unable to reach your former peak. You are being thrown further and further away by Xiaoqin. In the end, you are just a trash." Lin Shanshan mocked Xiaoyang mercilessly. Of course, Xiaoyang did not take it to heart. He no longer took Lin Shanshan seriously, so naturally he did not take her words to heart. He just let it go with the wind. At this moment, Xiaoyang's heart was as calm as water, indifferent and at ease. "What? Don't dare to speak? Did I hit the nail on the head?" "Ha!" Lin Shanshan was sneering, and her expression was getting more and more smug. "To be honest, ever since I wanted to harm you, ever since I parted ways with you, I have felt a trace of regret. However, after seeing how useless you are and seeing how outstanding Xiaoqin is, I suddenly feel that my decision was wise. What can I gain if I follow you? What can you give me? Nothing. On the contrary, if I follow Xiaoqin, he can give me a huge amount of cultivation resources. My cultivation has already broken through to the 8th ranked warrior. You didn't expect that, right?" Lin Shanshan was even more smug. Ever since she was defeated by Xiaoyang in the mission pavilion, she learned from the painful experience and wholeheartedly devoted herself to cultivation. In addition, with the cultivation resources provided by Xiaoqin, she had already made great progress. Now, she wanted to come here to accept a mission to earn some money. Coincidentally, she met Xiaoyang, so of course she wanted to show off. She wanted to give Xiaoyang a ruthless blow. She wanted to destroy his self-esteem so that he would never be able to rise again. Previously, the poison did not kill Xiaoyang. This became Lin Shanshan's regret. She wanted Xiaoyang to die in her hands. Xiaoyang chuckled. This woman was really asking for trouble. He did not even look for her, but she came to find trouble with him. She really had nothing better to do. What was there to compare? So what if she was stronger? So what if she was weaker? Was there a need to show off like this? Was there a need to be so vain? Forget it. If she was vain, then let her be vain. Why bother with a woman? A man's battle had always been one of life and death. For example, there was still half a month to go. "Xiaoyang, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf, huh?" Lin Shanshan's expression became cold, and even her gaze became gloomy. She was very angry. She had finally broken through her cultivation with great difficulty and could finally come out to find some vanity. Coincidentally, she met Xiaoyang. She did not expect that he would not cooperate with her at all. How could she continue acting by herself? "Let me tell you, Xiaoyang, my fiancé Xiaoqin is about to step into the 2nd grade martial master realm and begin to wield the power of the family. What do you have to fight with Xiaoqin? You can't even defeat a weak woman like me." Lin Shanshan spoke arrogantly, raising her sharp chin. Her pair of almond-shaped eyes were almost raised to the sky. She did not even look at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang still did not pay attention to this crazy woman. Instead, he turned around and walked in another direction. He wanted to leave this place. He did not want to listen to this nonsense. "Xiaoyang, stop right there. You are Xiaoqin's fiancé. In the future, you will be the wife of the family head. You dare to be so rude to me? Impudent. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you will not know how to respect others." Li Shanshan was very angry. She shouted and released her cultivation of the 8th grade martial warrior. Suddenly, she rushed toward Xiaoyang to attack. Firmament palm. Her firmament palm had already reached the small success stage. Compared to many people, it was much more powerful. A sharp gust of wind suddenly swept toward Xiaoyang, the murderous intent contained within the firmament palm strike. "Shrew, slut, a smelly whore. Do you really think that you are lawless? Do you think that no one can deal with you? Aren't you ridiculous? You broke through to the 8th grade martial warrior and you are showing off here. Don't you feel ashamed? I will now let you see how the trash in your eyes broke through. Xiao Yang coldly snorted as the fire in his heart began to burn. He was truly angered by the provocation of AB** to Sage. He coldly snorted and used the firmament palm and firmament palm. At the moment when the two sides collided, a tyrannical shock wave swept out. Lin Shanshan was directly forced back more than 10 feet. Her delicate cheeks were somewhat flushed. Suddenly, she felt hot in her throat and wanted to spit out blood. She forced herself to swallow it down. She was embarrassed. Her eyes were filled with shock and her expression revealed disbelief. Yes, when did this Xiao Yang become so tyrannical? Even she, an 8th grade martial warrior, was not his opponent. She thought that she could teach Xiao Yang a lesson. Instead, she was slapped in the face by Xiao Yang. She was very angry, but she was not Xiao Yang's opponent. Xiao Yang stood still and looked at Lin Shanshan with ridicule. He said with contempt, "You are only SO. What are you showing off for? Don't you feel ashamed?" Chapter 72. Listening to Xiao Yang's sarcasm, Lin Shanshan felt even more embarrassed. If he was more powerful than him and could teach him a lesson, then he would definitely be able to vent his anger and humiliate him from above, maintaining his noble and elegant image. However, she actually lost. She had not even thought of how to act out this plot twist. The more she showed off just now, the more humiliated she felt now. For example, when she just learned some fancy martial arts and showed her fangs and claws in front of a grandmaster. The grandmaster did not even take it to heart. Instead, she wanted to provoke him and bring shame to herself. "Slut, why aren't you scramming? Do you want me to teach you a lesson?" Xiao Yang did not have anything nice to say. With a cold face, he shouted. In the past, he spoke gently to Lin Shanshan with sincerity. Even if he fell into a cold pond for her, he was willing and never complained. Now that he knew that the other party had a vicious heart, how could he still speak gently to her? Not slapping the other party to death was already the greatest mercy he could show. You dare to call me a slut?" Lin Shanshan was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She stretched out her finger and angrily pointed at the other party. Her small face was pale and her breathing was rapid. Her chest was violently moving up and down and she almost fainted. She had never been scolded like this before, not to mention that the person in front of her was so protective of her before. "Just a mere trash. How dare you humiliate me like this? I'll fight with you." Lin Shanshan was so angry that she almost lost her mind. Her heart was filled with grievances. She was angry and wanted to cry. Her emotions were so complicated that she was confused. What was the most important thing for a woman? Of course, it was her image in the eyes of others. What she couldn't stand the most was being labeled as a bitch, a shrew, and a slut. She once again bared her fangs and brandished her claws. She looked like she wanted to fight with Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang smiled coldly. The coldness in his eyes became more intense. He coldly snorted and said, "I'll let you know what real tyranny is. Breaking through to the 8th rank martial warrior is so great. To me, realms are like eating and drinking. If I want to break through, I'll do it. Watch carefully." He took out a few middle-grade poison pills and swallowed them in one gulp. His cultivation directly rose from rank 7 warrior to rank 8 warrior. He released the aura and majesty of a rank 8 warrior, causing Lin Shanshan to be stunned. Both of them were in the same realm, so naturally they could feel each other's breakthrough. Her eyes were filled with bewilderment and fear. Just Xiao Yang's aura alone was not something she could compare to. This did not stop as Xiao Yang once again took out 2 high-grade poison pills and swallowed them. Immediately after, Xiao Yang's cultivation once again broke through from rank 8 warrior to rank 9 warrior. Oh my God! Lin Shanshan's heart raced. She could barely take it. Her breathing quickened and her mind went blank. It was as if she had seen a monster. She couldn't believe it. This was breaking through 2 ranks consecutively without any difficulty. She had suffered a lot in order to break through to rank 8 warrior, and this was under the premise of a large amount of cultivation resources. What did Xiaoyang have? Ever since Xiaoyang became a waste, the family's resources were prohibited from being given to him. Yet he was able to surpass her once again. This made her almost unable to believe it. Rank 9 warrior? Lin Shanshan was in a daze. She had suffered a great blow and her eyes were dull. Although the other party did not make a move, it was already more terrifying than making a move. According to the other party's cultivation speed, in half a month's time, he might have the qualifications to fight with Xiao Qin. Her heart once again fell into a dilemma. If she had chosen to be with Xiaoyang, would the ending be different? Xiaoyang had already given up on her. He did not like her, only dislike her. Now that he saw the other party's thoughts changing, he was too lazy to pay attention to her. He turned around and walked into the mission hall. The mission hall was no different from before. On one side, there were all kinds of missions, and on the other side there was a place to receive rewards. Xiaoyang went straight to the counter to receive his rewards. He ignored counter number 1 and went to counter number 2. The people in charge of the 2 counters recognized Xiaoyang. After all, not everyone could easily kill a rank 3 evil cultivator. This was because they still remembered this matter. One was full of joy, while the other was full of worry. The person in charge of counter number 1 originally wanted to put on a smile and say a few words, but he was directly ignored by Xiaoyang. The first time he came to exchange, both sides had an unpleasant encounter. In order to please Xiao Chen and Lin Shanshan, the other party turned a blind eye to him and even insulted him. Although Xiaoyang would not deliberately think about these things, he did not have a good impression of the other party. The old woman in charge of counter number 2 stood up and revealed a bright smile. She happily invited Xiaoyang to sit down and asked, "May I know what young man Xiaoyang is here to exchange for?" The competition between counters had never stopped. The more rewards a customer exchanged, the higher their performance would be, and the more they would be valued by the family. After all, the family would not raise useless people. "I am here to receive my reward for advancing to an alchemist, a yellow high-grade poison pill." Xiaoyang took out his alchemist identity token and placed it in front of the counter. Almost every alchemist would receive a reward when they advanced, but the reward would be different at different times. "What? You're actually an alchemist? At such a young age?" The old woman almost thought that she had heard wrongly. Her face was full of disbelief. She sized up Xiaoyang from head to toe. On the surface, she really could not see anything. He was a very ordinary person, but he had repeatedly refreshed her understanding and brought her surprises. The person in charge of counter number 1 was originally disliked by Xiaoyang. He was also a little dissatisfied and mocked in his heart. "What are you pretending for? Let's see what you can exchange for." Humph. However, when he heard the words alchemist, his eyes suddenly widened and hissed with shock. Heavens, such a young alchemist, and he even has the cultivation strength to kill a level 3 evil cultivator. His future is definitely bright and limitless. As long as one had a bit of rationality, they would catch this kind of person. Even if they could not curry favor with him, they definitely could not offend him. He regretted once again. If he had known, he would have thickened his skin and gone up. Now it was all good. The other party might not even care about him because of his identity as an alchemist. Alchemists had a very high status in the entire family. One had to know that not only the family, but even a third of the eastern neighboring town's pill market was occupied by the poison medicine pavilion. This was not an ordinary amount of power. Before he could recover from the shock, he heard the old woman's cry again. She trembled and said, "Heavens, my heavens, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Chapter 73. The old woman's expression was extremely exaggerated. Half of it was because she was truly shocked, and the other half was for the old man at counter 1 to see. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Previously, The person in charge of Counter 1 had bragged to her, causing her to be very depressed. Now, she could finally turn the tables around. The person in charge of Counter 1 almost fell out of his eye sockets. He clenched his fists tightly. Damn, this was a high-level alchemist, not on the same level as ordinary alchemists. Alchemists were also divided into different grades. High-level alchemists meant that their alchemy skills were extremely high. He regretted offending her previously. His eyes darted around, thinking that he should find a chance to mend their relationship. Alchemist Xiaoyang, this is the reward you deserve. It's a yellow class, high-grade poison pill. In the future, feel free to come here to exchange for missions. Don't worry, I have additional rewards for you. The more you exchange, the greater the reward. I won't cheat you. As the old woman spoke, she searched the counter. Soon, she found an extremely ugly medicinal ingredient and handed it to Xiaoyang. Alchemist Xiaoyang, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you don't mind. Of course, Xiaoyang wouldn't mind. This was a personal reward from the other party. It was a gesture of goodwill. He understood the ways of the world. Originally, he planned to leave after taking the reward, but now that the old woman was so generous, he might as well accept it. Xiaoyang also knew what the other party was planning. He said indifferently, "Don't worry, I will come here to exchange for rewards in the future." After receiving the medicinal ingredient, Xiaoyang was stunned. This medicinal ingredient was incredible. It was a rare medicinal ingredient for refining mystic class poison pills. This medicinal ingredient was extremely precious. Then I'm relieved. We don't know much about this medicinal ingredient. It has been here for a long time and no one wants it. I hope you can use it. The old woman said frankly. They weren't alchemists, so how could they know so much about medicinal ingredients? As for other alchemists, they rarely came here. Even if they did, not every alchemist would recognize this medicinal ingredient. Thus, Xiaoyang benefited from it. Thank you. Xiaoyang's face was filled with gratitude. That, Brother Xiaoyang, if this old man has offended you before, I hope you don't mind. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you don't mind. The old man in charge of counter number 1 hurriedly walked out from behind the counter. He was also holding some unknown medicinal herbs in his hand. These medicinal herbs were placed here, but no one was interested in them, so he might as well do them a favor. Xiaoyang glanced at the herbs, but his expression didn't change. Although they weren't top-grade herbs, they could still be used to refine poison pills. He accepted them and said thank you. If you need to refine pills in the future, don't hesitate to look for me. Politeness demands reciprocity. Since others have treated you so well, you should reciprocate. The old man was overjoyed. He respected Xiaoyang even more and said, Of course, of course. I hope you don't mind this old man disturbing you. Xiaoyang walked out of the mission hall with a full harvest. When he saw that Lin Shanshan was still outside, Xiaoyang could not help but snort softly. He could not be bothered with her and chose to leave in another direction. He did not want to have anything to do with her right now. When he thought about it, he realized that he must have been blind to have fallen for such a woman. Lin Shanshan watched as Xiaoyang left. After a moment of hesitation, she hurriedly rushed up to him. Xiaoyang, stop right there. She rushed in front of Xiaoyang and coldly stared at Xiaoyang. She snorted. What? Are you going to continue to show off your cultivation or show off your combat strength? Xiaoyang stopped in his tracks. He frowned and looked at the other party with displeasure. For such a vain and vicious woman, even a glance was an insult to himself. Lin Shanshan was very angry. She angrily reprimanded Xiaoyang and said, Xiaoyang, you bastard! You are a high-level alchemist. Why did you hide it from me? Why didn't you tell me? You lied to me. Yes. She had heard everything that happened in the mission hall. She could not believe her ears. This Xiaoyang was actually a high-level alchemist. This high status was almost comparable to the elders in the family. Just based on the status, even if Xiaoyang was a trash It was enough for him to rise in the family and control the family's power. Not to mention that Xiaoyang was not a trash, but a genius. Lin Shanshan felt extremely regretful. After all, she was a vain woman. She would choose to be with someone who could give her more glory. Her determination to follow Xiaoyang began to waver. Suddenly, she felt that this Xiaoyang was not bad. However, how could Xiaoyang want this kind of rotten woman? He coldly said, "Whether I am an alchemist or not is none of your business. Why would I lie to you? What a joke! Why don't you ask yourself, how many people have you lied to? How many people have you harmed?" Lin Shanshan's face turned pale and her body staggered. She knew that Xiaoyang hated her to the bone. He would definitely not forgive her. Even if she wanted to throw herself into his arms, he would not want her. She rolled her eyes and pretended to be pitiful. "Xiaoyang, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I didn't treat you well in the past. It was my fault. I will definitely be good to you in the future. I will definitely listen to you." "Stinking bitch, don't be so fickle. Are you not afraid that your fiancé will be hurt if he hears it?" Xiaoyang mocked as he unleashed his cultivation base and disappeared into the distance. Lin Shanshan wanted to chase after him to explain. However, it was a pity that her movement and speed were not as good as his. In less than 2 breaths, Xiaoyang had already disappeared. "You Xiaoyang, just you wait. I will make you die a horrible death." After Lin Shanshan stood still, her face was filled with anger again. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. If she could not obtain something, then she would destroy it and make it impossible for anyone to obtain it. She slowly walked back while thinking about how to use Xiaoqin to deal with Xiaoyang. At the same time, she was thinking about how to increase her cultivation to suppress Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang had already left. Before Xiaoyang entered the poison pavilion, he was given a courtyard by his father's status as an elder. He and Xiaoman lived here. Now that he was out of the poison pavilion, he once again returned here. "Young master, you're back?" A cry of surprise came from inside the door. It was Xiaoman who discovered Xiaoyang. That voice was filled with surprise and uncertainty. It was as if she could not believe what she saw. A few days ago, Xiaoman had already come out of seclusion. Her cultivation had greatly improved. However, she could not find Xiaoyang. This made her uneasy. She was afraid that Xiaoyang was killed by some thief. It was also last night that the young master's father, Xiao Wangu, came back. However, his body was heavily injured, and his body was bleeding with black blood. This scared Xiaoman. Chapter 74. She took care of Xiao Wangu for an entire night and even used what little cultivation she had to help Xiao Wangu heal. Only now did Xiao Wangu's injury stabilize. Xiao Man planned to go out to look for medicinal herbs and pills to help Xiao Wangu heal. She also planned to look for young Master Xiaoyang. She couldn't calm down until she found young Master Xiaoyang. She didn't expect to meet Xiaoyang just as she was about to go out. This made her surprised and happy. She couldn't believe it. "Boo-hoo!" After confirming that Xiaoyang was back, Xiao Man burst into tears and pounced on Xiaoyang as if she had found her backbone. "Young master, where have you been these days? I couldn't find you. Xiao Man couldn't be at ease without you. I was so worried." Xiao Man complained with a wronged face. After crying for a while and being comforted by Xiaoyang, Xiao Man's emotions finally stabilized. "Young master, master is back, but the situation isn't right. Master is injured. I suspect that he was poisoned," Xiao Man said in a low voice. After all, it was better if fewer people knew about this. It wasn't something to be proud of. Ever since Xiaoyang's cultivation had fallen, his branch had been bullied the most. Not only had the main branch exerted pressure on them, but even the second elder had also thrown a tantrum. Almost everyone in this branch had been poached away. Even if there were a few loyal fellows, they still had a hard time. "What?" Xiaoyang was shocked. Killing intent erupted from his body. Someone dared to hurt his father. He was simply tired of living. He didn't mind killing the other party. That wasn't the main point. The main point was how injured he was. He had to be treated quickly. Come, let's go in first. Xiao Yang's face was gloomy. His face was full of hostility as he hurried into the courtyard. Xiao Man brought him to the master bedroom. She pushed open the door and entered the room. He saw a middle-aged man with a dark face lying on the bed. His breathing was weak and his life was in danger. Father. Xiao Yang's expression changed when he saw the middle-aged man in front of him. He hurriedly shouted and stepped forward. In an instant he was in front of Xiao Wangu's bed. Young master. Master came back with serious injuries. How is he now? How can I save him? Xiao Man furrowed her beautiful brows and asked worriedly. In this place, only young master and old master treated her the best. Of course, she cherished them. Xiao Yang took a closer look, checked his pulse, and even circulated his own cultivation base to probe. After a long time he frowned and said calmly, It's not a big problem. I'm here. I can handle it. That's right. He had already determined the situation. Xiao Wangu's main problem was that he was severely poisoned and his injuries were only minor. As long as he was detoxified, he could rely on his own cultivation to recover. There was no time to lose. Xiao Yang immediately circulated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant incantation and activated the poison vein in his body to absorb the poison in Xiao Wangu's body. Time passed slowly. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Wangu's poison was almost completely absorbed. Xiao Yang also felt that his poison veins had become a lot more substantial. He was a little surprised, but he quickly understood that this poison was not ordinary. It's the Tao Tao poison technique, Xiao Yang murmured, because he had the memories of his previous life as the eternal poison, Venerable. He immediately recognized this poison. Although this technique couldn't be compared with the heaven-devouring poison tyrant incantation, it couldn't be underestimated. Ordinary people really couldn't break the Tao Tao poison technique. Unfortunately, he just happened to meet Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang blinked and carefully looked at Xiao Wangu again. Sensing that Xiao Wangu was about to wake up, he hurriedly stopped and took out a healing pill for Xiao Wangu to take. Young master, look, old master woke up. Great, young master, you're amazing. Xiao Man had been paying attention to the situation here. She was completely focused on Xiao Wangu's situation. When his fingers moved, she noticed it. And, where is this? I'm not dead yet? Xiao Wangu slowly opened his eyes and looked around. His vision was a little blurry. Because he had just woken up, many of his memories hadn't been awakened yet. Old master, of course you didn't die so easily. It was young master who saved you. Young master is so amazing. Xiao Man hurriedly went to Xiao Wangu's side and poured some tea for Xiao Wangu. Her expression was happy and her bright eyes blinked. It was very moving. Xiao Wangu smiled slightly. His gaze slowly moved and fell on Xiao Yang. And he still looked the same. Nothing had changed, but his temperament seemed to be a different person. Father, how do you feel now? Xiao Yang asked with concern. The reason why his father was poisoned and injured was all because of him. Xiao Wangu went to Marshal Yang City to find an opportunity. He hoped that, through this opportunity, he could change Xiao Yang's miserable situation. Unfortunately, he was injured in Marshal Yang City and couldn't achieve anything. He could only escape in a sorry state. It was simply too embarrassing. And I feel a lot more relaxed. Although there are still some light injuries, I don't need to worry about them. I can circulate my qi and recover. Xiao Wangu said softly, Yang father feels guilty. This time, I went to Marshal Yang City and returned empty-handed. You won't blame father, right? Xiao Wangu slowly sat up straight, and a majestic aura was released from his body. In any case, he was the third elder of the Xiao family. This kind of superior aura was natural. He didn't do it on purpose for Xiao Yang. He loved Xiaoyang very much. Xiaoyang was touched. He hurriedly said, "Father, what are you saying? You ran around and tired yourself out for me. I still have time to be grateful and blame myself. How can I blame father?" Xiao Wangu nodded. He was relieved and comforted. This was good. He was afraid that Xiaoyang would misunderstand. In the past, Xiaoyang was the #1 genius of eastern neighboring town. He was also afraid that after Xiaoyang fell, he would lose his confidence and abandon himself. "Father, I've solved my cultivation problem. You don't have to worry about me in the future." Xiaoyang explained to Xiao Wangu. He was afraid that Xiao Wangu would still be unable to let go of this matter and take all kinds of risks. He also didn't want to see his father get hurt. "Really?" Xiao Wangu was very surprised. His eyes lit up as he looked at Xiaoyang with joy. He was very excited. He knew that Xiaoyang never lied. It would be great if it was solved. "Of course, father. You were hit by the Tao poison technique. This technique is considered a top technique even in Martial Yang City. Who can easily break it? But I did. Aren't you confused?" Xiaoyang guided Xiao Wangu. Xiao Wangu thought carefully. Sure enough, he was completely relieved. He then looked at Xiaoyang excitedly and said, "Then you can cultivate now." He still couldn't let go of Xiaoyang's cultivation problem. In this world, the strong were respected. A person who couldn't cultivate could only be reduced to an ant that could be casually slaughtered. Chapter 75. Of course. Xiaoyang said confidently and then released the terrifying aura of a 9th rank warrior. When this aura was released, even Lil Man was shocked. Xiao Wangu's eyes revealed his shrewdness and said with gratification, "Good, good, good. Worthy of being my son, haha." He was very carefree and comfortable. The burden in his heart could finally be put down. "Young master, when did you become so powerful?" Xiao Man asked in disbelief. He remembered that a week ago Xiaoyang's cultivation was only a 2nd rank warrior. Now he is already a 9th rank warrior. This cultivation speed is unparalleled in the entire Eastwood town. Xiaoyang smiled and felt that this shock was not enough. He immediately took out his alchemist token and handed it over. "Father, look at this. How can your son be so easily dressed up?" This is actually the identity token of a senior alchemist. Xiao Wangu looked at it and was even more surprised. He was so shocked that his lips trembled. How could he not remember Xiaoyang having such talent and ability? Could it be that this identity token was borrowed by him? Looking at the other side of the identity token, it recorded Xiaoyang's identity. That is to say, Xiaoyang is indeed a senior alchemist of the Poison Medicine Pavilion. My God, Yang, or did you run into dogshit luck? Or is there smoke rising from your ancestors' graves? This is too amazing, haha. Xiao Wangu was very excited and laughed wildly. One must know that the identity of a senior alchemist of the Poison Medicine Pavilion is comparable to the family elders. With this identity, no one can easily touch him. Young master, you became an alchemist? And a senior alchemist. Hoyer, I knew you were the best. Young master, I was wondering why I haven't seen you for a few days. So you went to the Poison Medicine Pavilion to take the assessment. Xiao Man was very happy and excited. She did not know the assessment process of the Poison Medicine Pavilion. If she knew, she would be so shocked that her jaw would drop to the ground. The assessment of the Poison Medicine Pavilion is not simple. There are various ranks, and every rank has to be assessed. Moreover, the assessment is very strict. If one does not pass, then don't think about taking the assessment. Xiao Wangu was an elder of the family, so he naturally knew the process. Now that he heard Xiaoyang say that Xiaoyang had only spent a few days to get the alchemist token, his eyes widened as he stared at Xiaoyang, dumbfounded. His head felt a little dizzy, and his lips trembled as he asked, "My God, son, how many days have you spent to obtain the identity token of an alchemist?" Like those in power, everyone knew it very well. If one wanted to become an alchemist, they would have to start as an apprentice. Being an apprentice, they would not be able to break through the 5th floor of the Linglong Pagoda in less than a year. After becoming an assistant, if they could not refine a low-grade poison pill, they would have to continue to challenge the Linglong Pagoda until they passed. Every level was very difficult to pass. Every level represented the knowledge of millions of herbs. There were many people who stayed at the assistant level, and it would take them almost 2 years to barely be promoted to a senior assistant. From a senior assistant to an alchemist, it was even more difficult. One would need to refine a mid-grade tier 1 pill. This mid-grade pill was not easy to refine. Without studying it for at least 5 years, one would not be able to refine it. Who would have thought that this process, which would take at least 4 to 5 years, would be completed by Xiao Yang in just a few days? Who knows how many people were so envious that their eyes were wide open? Even Xiao Wangu was thoroughly shocked. He thought that even he would not be able to do this. Son, you are really too amazing. After being shocked for a long time, Xiao Wangu praised. Fortunately, this was his son, so he could feel proud. Otherwise, he would be envious to death. Rest assured, you will be proud because of your son. You still have not said who injured you. Xiao Yang calmly looked at Xiao Wangu. He had already made up his mind. No matter who the other party was, since they dared to hurt his father, they would have to pay the price. Xiao Wangu hesitated for a moment, but did not answer this question. Instead, he tactfully said, "This person is too strong. You are not his opponent right now." Not only did he cultivate the Tao poison technique, he also has the cultivation of a 3rd grade martial master. He is a genius of Martial Yang City. I will tell you when you break through to martial master. He was also afraid that Xiao Yang was young and frivolous. There were too many people who destroyed their own future because of impulsiveness. He did not want Xiao Yang to be such a person. Son, I heard that you had a falling out with Xiao Qun and Xiao Donglai. Furthermore, there was a life and death duel. You have to work hard. Father only has you as his son. Thinking of this, Xiao Wangu's expression became solemn. He began to worry in his heart. If it was in the past, he would have 100% confidence in Xiao Yang. However, ever since Xiao Yang was harmed, he had delayed his cultivation for too long. On the other hand, Xiao Qin had always been improving. Comparing the two, the gap between them would only grow larger. Father, don't worry. I have my own arrangements and plans. Nothing will happen. Xiao Yang said confidently. His greatest confidence came from Fiery Bird. This Fiery Bird had the cultivation of a martial ancestor. In the entire Xiao family, other than the old ancestor, no one else was a match for it. He only wanted to train himself and use the life and death duel to break through his cultivation. He would just treat it as a game. Xiao Wangu felt that Xiao Yang had changed. It was as if he had become a different person. Perhaps this was growth after suffering a setback. Good. Father also has confidence in you. No matter what, Father will protect you. Xiao Wangu's words carried enormous weight as he made a domineering guarantee. While the two were chatting, a loud shout came from outside. Xiao Wangu, come out and see me. Hearing this voice, the expressions of the 3 people in the room changed. It was the head of the Xiao family who had personally come. But looking at the other party's attitude, it was obvious that he did not come with good intentions. Xiao Wangu snorted coldly and his face was gloomy. Ever since Xiao Yang's cultivation had fallen, he had been deliberately and obstructed by the clan head, the Great Elder and the Second Elder. They were not willing to use the clan's resources to help Xiao Yang recover. Helpless, he could only go out to look for opportunities. He did not expect that the other party would come looking for him as soon as he returned. Son, wait here. I'll go and see what the other party is up to. Xiao Wangu instructed and walked out of the room. Xiao Yang did not listen to his advice. He felt that this kind of thing should be faced together, and he followed him out. Xiao Man also walked out angrily. Previously, when Xiao Wangu was not around, She and Xiaoyang had been bullied and humiliated so much. After walking out of the courtyard, they saw the clan head standing in front of the door. He looked coldly at the house with an indifferent gaze. "Clan head, why did you call me?" Xiao Wangu frowned and asked in an equally unfriendly manner. Chapter 76. The patriarch boasted of his superiority and didn't even look at Xiao Wangu. He coldly snorted and shouted, "Xiao Wangu, in half a month, my son Xiaoqin will marry the Lin family's girl Lin Shanshan. At that time, I hope you will hand over the rights to the medicine field and iron mine as a congratulatory gift." The reason why the upper echelons of the family were the upper echelons was that they held great power and resources. Almost every elder held monstrous power in their hands. Xiao Wangu's medicine field and iron mine were the foundation of his foothold. Once he handed over these two rights, he would be practically a figurehead. As long as one was smart, they wouldn't do such a stupid thing. "Xiao Wanyan, I think you're crazy. Do you think this is possible?" Xiao Wangu strongly counterattacked. His temper was very bad, and he stubbornly retorted, "So what if the other party was the patriarch? Could it be that because the other party was the patriarch he could act recklessly? Ridiculous! He was still a mere elder with real power. Who would dare to act recklessly? Xiao Wanyan questioned and released his majestic cultivation of a ninth-stage martial master. A huge pressure shrouded down, giving a tyrannical deterrence. "You object? I hope you'll consider it carefully. This is the family's decision." His aura became even more oppressive. Xiao Wangu was not afraid at all. He coldly snorted and also released his 8th stage martial master pressure. Although it was not as good as the other party, he forced himself to hold on. The other party couldn't do anything to him for a while. Xiao Wanyan was once again puzzled. According to the information he received, Xiao Wangu came back with serious injuries last night. However, judging from his current state, the other party didn't seem to be injured at all. He also wanted to seize this opportunity to seize power, but everything that happened was different from what he expected. Because of the strong pressure released by the two of them, many Xiao family members were alarmed. In less than a few breaths of time, several strong figures immediately flew over. Except for the great elder and the second elder, the others were all strong family members. What happened? When the first elder and the second elder arrived, they immediately questioned him. Xiao Wangu smiled coldly and said sarcastically, "As soon as I returned, I was forced to abdicate by Xiao Wanyan. He wants me to hand over the rights to the medicine fields and iron mines. Do you think this is a joke?" The great elder and the second elder looked at each other. Of course, they hoped that the other party would hand over the authority, but not to the patriarch. However, looking at Xiao Wanyan's private behavior, it was obvious that he wanted to keep it for himself. This caused the first elder and second elder to feel dissatisfied. "Xiao Wanyan, even though you are the clan leader, you still have to follow the rules, right? Wouldn't it be a joke if others knew that we were fighting for power among ourselves? You're a dignified clan leader, yet you're trying to force him to abdicate? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Do you have any shame?" Even the other experts who had followed Xiao Wanyan were dissatisfied. Xiao Wanyan's table manners were too unsightly. Xiao Wanyan withstood the pressure from everyone and slowly withdrew his pressure. He snorted coldly and said, "I'm just here to visit the third elder. This is just a misunderstanding. Let's go." He turned around, used his movement technique, and instantly left. After Xiao Wanyan left, the others also greeted him symbolically and then left. However, from their attitude, it could be seen that they looked down on Xiao Wangu and the others. Xiao Wangu was already used to this. He didn't even bother to smile at them. They would exchange pleasantries, and he would exchange pleasantries. Once they were done with the pleasantries, they would leave. Public morals are degenerating day by day. The world is so cold. He sighed with emotion. In the past, everyone in the family would fawn over him and show him respect when they saw him. However, since Xiao Yang's cultivation fell and he was no longer the #1 genius of Eastwood Town. Those people began to look down on him and didn't take them seriously. Xiao Wangu's status had risen because of Xiao Yang, the #1 genius of Eastwood Town. Now, the situation was that they thought that Xiao Yang had become a good-for-nothing and began to hit him when he was down. They didn't even bother to look at them in the eye. "Father, don't worry. I will definitely make them look at me in a different light." Xiao Yang saw that Xiao Wangu was in a bad mood and looked melancholic. He couldn't help but step forward to comfort him. Xiao Yang had long been used to the power struggles in the family. However, Xiao Wanyan came at the right time. He chose to come when Xiao Wangu was injured. This meant that he knew something. Xiao Wangu nodded and told Xiao Yang to cultivate well before turning to leave. Xiao Yang told Xiao Man to take good care of Xiao Wangu before turning to leave. There must be something wrong with Xiao Wanyan. If father's poison hadn't been removed, he would have succeeded, Xiao Yang mumbled. After activating his cultivation, he quickly left. He didn't return to the poison pavilion. Instead, he went to the main hall where the clan leader lived. Inside the main hall, Xiao Wanyan was throwing a tantrum. "Humph, Xiao Zhongtian, you dare to play with me. Are you tired of living?" Xiao Zhongtian trembled and knelt on the ground. He didn't dare to move. His face was pale and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His eyes were filled with fear. He was facing the clan leader. If the clan leader wasn't satisfied, he could slap him to death. No one would stand up for him. Lord clan leader, I am telling the truth. I did see third elder Xiao Wangu return with serious injuries. I am not lying. Xiao Zhongtian said nervously. He was terrified to the extreme. At that time, he couldn't sleep, so he wandered around. Coincidentally, he saw Xiao Wangu return with serious injuries. At that time, he didn't think much of it. However, when he remembered that Xiao Wangu was Xiao Yang's father, he immediately came up with a vicious plan. He immediately found the clan leader and told him the news. Then, the clan leader personally came to question him. Xiao Yang, who was outside the main hall, clearly heard the conversation inside. He finally understood why Xiao Wanyan had coincidentally arrived at that time. "Humph, I personally went to test you. You still dare to lie. You are courting death." Xiao Wanyan snorted coldly. His murderous aura was released. He slapped down at Xiao Zhongtian, directly crippling all of Xiao Zhongtian's cultivation. Xiao Zhongtian screamed and flew out. He slammed into the wall and fainted. Pitiful people are more hateful than hateful, Xiao Yang thought. He didn't have a good impression of Xiao Zhongtian. The other party wanted to frame him from the beginning. Now that he had such a tragic ending, he only had himself to blame. He used his movement technique and left the place silently. After all, he was already an alchemist of the Poison Pavilion. Of course, he had to fulfill his duties as an alchemist. This task was very simple. He just had to refine enough pills. As for the ingredients, they were provided by the clan. Usually, the clan would provide 2 sets of ingredients for each pill. This meant that the alchemist was given 2 chances to refine pills. Chapter 77. If he succeeded once, then the other set of herbs would be his. If he failed twice, then he would have to pay out of his own pocket to complete the mission. If he completed the mission every month, then there would be another reward. In this month, Xiao Yang had not refined even a single pill for the clan, so he had to hurry up. He still needed time to cultivate. His goal was not to refine pills, but to refine pills to assist his cultivation. When he arrived at the mountain where he belonged, he saw Xiao Dalai with a bruised nose and swollen face. This stunned Xiao Yang. He used his movement technique and instantly arrived in front of Xiao Dalai. He frowned and asked, "Dalai, what happened?" Xiao Dalai raised his head and saw that it was Xiao Yang. He was overjoyed. He thought that Xiao Yang had abandoned him and left alone. "Brother Xiao Yang, you're back? It's good to see you." "It's fine. I accidentally injured myself while cultivating." Xiao Dalai lied. When he lied, his eyes were closed. He was afraid that Xiaoyang would cause trouble. They had just entered the alchemist class, so they definitely could not cause trouble. If they provoked someone they should not provoke, wouldn't it be troublesome? Unexpectedly, Xiaoyang slapped him on the head and scolded. Do I look like someone who's afraid of trouble? I'm afraid that the days will be boring. Under Xiaoyang's gaze, Xiao Dalei could only confess honestly. There was an alchemist who challenged me. In the end, he didn't see anyone, so he vented his anger on me. Xiaoyang could not help but be stunned. He asked, there are challenges between alchemists. What are the benefits? Xiaoyang, who had always taken shortcuts, also liked to take this path. For example, some alchemists are too lazy to refine pills, so they will challenge other alchemists. If they succeed, they will be able to obtain the other party's pills, and this way, they will be able to complete their task. If they fail, then they will have to pay with pills or medicinal ingredients or other items of equal value. Xiao Dalei explained. Alchemists can freely challenge each other, and the stakes are usually pills. For example, some alchemists are too lazy to refine pills, so they will challenge other alchemists. Xiaoyang immediately felt relieved, and a smile appeared on his face. He still felt bored refining 30 mid-grade pills for the family every month. It was equivalent to refining 1 pill a day. He was a person who liked to cherish time to cultivate, so how could he spend it on alchemy? Now that there was a challenge, things were much better. The closer it was to the completion of the mission, the more challenges there would be. This was common knowledge. Let's go. Let's see which bastard dares to bully you. I'll avenge you. Xiaoyang looked like he was not afraid of trouble as he pulled Xiao Dalei along. In reality, he wanted to defeat the other party, and then when the other party's medicinal pills to complete his task. The other party had come to challenge him for the same reason. Xiao Dalei did not know what Xiaoyang was thinking. He thought that Xiaoyang was really venting his anger for him. This made him extremely touched, and he almost cried. He was really afraid that Xiaoyang would offend someone he shouldn't offend. If that happened, he would be causing trouble for Xiaoyang. As an apprentice follower, of course, he didn't want to cause trouble for Xiaoyang. However, now that Xiaoyang was pulling him along, he could only helplessly walk away when he saw how high-spirited Xiaoyang was. Soon, they arrived at another mountain. It turned out that they were neighbors. Oh, isn't this the newly promoted alchemist Xiaoyang? I was just about to look for you. You came at the right time. Come. Cut the crap and challenge me. The alchemist Xiao Qinggong, who was sitting at the entrance of the cave, shouted at Xiaoyang, who was walking over. They had been alchemists for a long time. Usually, they would choose to challenge alchemists who were weaker than them. This way, they could easily complete the family's mission. It was also because of this competition that their alchemy skills could continuously improve and improve. Xiao Qinggong saw that Xiaoyang was new and felt that he was easy to bully, so he went to look for him. He was a middle-grade alchemist, so the pills in his hands could naturally be completed. However, no one would dislike having too many pills. At most, he could leave them for next month. All right, you first. Xiaoyang agreed and let the other party refine pills first. Follow me. Xiao Qinggong was also very straightforward. He led Xiaoyang and Xiao Dalei into his cave and went straight to the alchemy room. Challenges often happened. After being here for a long time, it had become a habit. In his opinion, Xiaoyang was definitely here to deliver pills to him. Of course, he would accept it with a smile. After entering the alchemy room, he began to refine pills. He was refining a middle-grade pill. From selecting the medicinal ingredients, to controlling the flames, to refining the medicinal ingredients and condensing them into pills, his control was astonishing. He had refined this middle-grade pill at least 90 times, if not 100. Of course, he was very familiar with it, as if he had mastered it to the point of perfection. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the pill was out of the furnace. He proudly picked up the pill and walked in front of Xiaoyang. With a smug expression, he said, "Xiaoyang, you will definitely lose this time. You can choose anyone else, but you chose me. Haha, go ahead. Oh, right, the bet is 30 mid-grade pills. Xiao Qinggong was very pleased with himself, as if he was certain that he had Xiaoyang under control. Hey, aren't you being too shameless? Why didn't you mention it before you refined it? Xiao Dalei felt that it was unfair for Xiaoyang. Xiao Qinggong said indifferently, "This is the difference between a veteran and a newbie. After you suffer so much, you will become veterans in the future." He had been like this before, so he naturally treated newbies like this now. Seeing that Xiao Dalei was about to flare up, Xiaoyang smiled and stopped him. Then he began to refine pills with the furnace. The process of refining pills was similar: selecting the medicinal ingredients, controlling the flames to burn the furnace, and then putting in the medicinal ingredients in a certain order to gradually refine them. As for the proportion of each medicinal ingredient, every alchemist had to be clear. Otherwise, if the proportion was messed up, the furnace would explode. When the essence of the medicinal ingredients had been extracted, they would slowly condense into pills according to the corresponding proportion. During this process, the flame could not be stopped. As for the size of the flame, it needed to be controlled throughout the entire process. Sometimes it needed a fierce flame, and sometimes it needed a weak flame. If it was not controlled properly, it would cause the refinement to fail. Xiao Qinggong did not leave the alchemy room. He crossed his arms and looked at Xiaoyang calmly. He wanted to see how Xiaoyang would turn defeat into victory. If the other party failed, then he would have won these 30 middle-grade pills for nothing. Just thinking about it made him excited. It was just that when he saw Xiaoyang's alchemy technique, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Then he looked at Xiaoyang's ability to control fire, which was even better than his own. His original 100% confidence in winning was immediately shaken. Chapter 78. Looking at the speed at which Xiaoyang refined the herbs, as well as the efficiency of condensing the pill, his confidence was not only shaken, it was simply collapsing. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the pill had already been refined. Oh, look at what pill this is. Xiaoyang proudly waved the pill in his hand, and then handed it to Xiao Qinggong. Xiao Qinggong was a little dumbfounded when he saw the pill. His face was full of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Because this was a high-grade pill, he did not know how many streets he had left behind. To think that he had chosen to be his opponent, thinking that he could bully him, but he did not expect that he was purely courting death. He simply wanted to cry, but had no tears. Great Grandmaster, I know I was wrong, woo-woo. Xiao Qinggong was almost crying. The feeling of lifting a stone only to hit his own foot was too uncomfortable. Who knew that he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He thought that a newcomer was easy to bully, but the other party was a tiger and ate him. Every day he hunted an eagle, but was pecked in the eye by an eagle. He was too careless. 30 middle-grade pills, thank you. Xiaoyang did not pay attention to the other party's bitter expression, stretched out his hand, and said indifferently. He had returned to the poison pavilion with the intention of completing the task given to him by his family, which was to refine 30 middle-grade pills. With his ability, it would take at most a week. However, this Xiao Qinggong did not look for anyone, but came to challenge him. Was this not a free pill? Xiaoyang naturally would not be polite. Great Grandmaster, you see this. Let's discuss something. Xiao Qinggong said slowly, trying to find a way to act shamelessly. Xiaoyang did not pay attention to him at all, still with an expressionless look, and did not retract his outstretched hand, and said again, 30 middle-grade pills, thank you. You won't have friends like this. Xiao Qinggong shouted angrily. He was really angry. This new alchemist did not know how to behave and was so rude. He had already spoken so tactfully, not leaving him any face. After all, the challenge competition had its own rules, and he could not allow him to break them. In desperation, he could only reluctantly take out 30 middle-grade medicinal pills and hand them to Xiaoyang. With a pained expression, he groaned, Great Master, take care. I won't see you off. and it's best if you don't see me again." He was really scared. Why did he have to provoke a tiger for no reason? Didn't he get himself into trouble? He simply wanted to cry, but had no tears. Was it easy for him to refine some pills? Xiao Yang glanced at Xiao Dalei. Xiao Dalei happily took the pill from Xiao Qinggong's hands. He chuckled and said, "Thank you, alchemist. Seeing that you are so sincere and obedient, I won't argue with you about how you bullied me before." Xiao Dalei felt proud and elated. Even if he relied on Xiao Yang's ability, at least he had vented his anger. Look at this Xiao Qinggong. Previously he was so arrogant, insufferably arrogant, and had no one in his eyes. Now he was even more of a grandson than a grandson. "Big brother Xiaoyang, it's done. Come, I'll bring you out." Xiao Dalei took the lead and did his best to run errands. At the very least, Xiaoyang was able to stand up for him and was not afraid of power. Just based on this point, he had won Xiao Dalei's loyalty. The corner of Xiao Qinggong's mouth was twitching. A mere errand boy dared to be so arrogant in front of him. He was simply treating people like humans. Just as he was about to flare up at Xiao Dalei and ridicule him, he heard Xiaoyang say indifferently, "Alchemist, let's continue the challenge next month. See you there." "I'll go." "Don't, big brother. Take care. Let's not see each other anymore." Xiao Qinggong was completely crying. What kind of thing did he provoke? Seeing that he was easy to bully, he even planned to bully him next month. If he was bullied by the other party every month, then he would just refine pills for the other party every day. He wouldn't have to rest, cultivate, or pick up girls. Wouldn't that be a very painful thing? Xiaoyang and Xiao Dalei were in a good mood and left. Xiao Qinggong returned to his mountain. Xiaoyang revealed a smile and said with a mischievous laugh, "This month's task has finally been completed. Doesn't that mean that the herbs sent to the alchemy room are all mine?" He walked into the alchemy room proudly. Looking at the herbs, his heart was filled with satisfaction. The medicinal ingredients that were enough to refine 60 pills were all his own. He checked the herbs. Although there were many types, there were none that he wanted. This made Xiaoyang feel somewhat disappointed. Xiaoyang's cultivation had already reached the 9th rank of martial warrior. If he wanted to break through to the martial master realm, then he would need a profound grade poison pill. A superior grade yellow grade poison pill would not be of much use to him. There was still half a month before the life and death duel. He had to work hard to raise his cultivation realm in advance. He also had to practice more martial techniques. After all, the other party had an earth-grade magic treasure. He could not underestimate him. Xiaoyang took out all the herbs from his body and checked them. If I want to refine a profound grade poison pill, I still lack a few herbs. It seems that I have to go out and look for them. This month's task has been completed. Otherwise, I would not have the time to go out. Xiaoyang put away all the herbs and walked out of the alchemy room. Seeing Xiao Dalei cultivating, he instructed, "Dalei, these pills are for you. Take them and cultivate as you see fit. I will be going out for a while." Xiao Dalei nodded happily and repeatedly agreed. He took the pills from Xiaoyang's hands. Walking to the foot of the mountain, Xiaoyang heard someone complaining. The voice was somewhat familiar. This bastard Xiaoyang is actually a high-grade alchemist. Heavens, why did I challenge him for no reason? Pity my 30 pills. This bastard is too good at hiding. He is clearly a high-grade alchemist, yet he pretends to be low-key and easy to bully. Isn't this inviting people to jump into a fire pit? If I see him again, I will definitely give him a kick. Hearing the other party's complaints, Xiaoyang finally knew who the other party was. Isn't that Xiao Qinggong who just lost to me? He laughed involuntarily. Did the other party have to be like this, complaining about this matter until now? Didn't the other party want to kick me? Then I'll just fulfill his wish. Xiaoyang thought proudly. Then he executed his movement technique and instantly appeared behind the other party. He kicked out and kicked the other parties, but sending Xiao Qinggong flying. Ah, heavens! What happened? Who kicked me? Bang! Xiao Qinggong was smashed into a pit. He slowly crawled out. Just as he was about to curse, he saw a face with a smile that was not a smile. His expression changed wildly, and a fawning smile appeared on his face. He said, "So it's the great Grandmaster. It's really a pleasure to meet you. Ever since we parted last time, I have been very concerned. To be able to meet the great Grandmaster again is the accumulated fortune of 10 lifetimes." In fact, his heart was filled with grievances. Chapter 79. He wished he could never see Xiaoyang again. How could he be happy to see him? He was only afraid of angering him again. He could not afford to offend him. Seeing Xiao Qinggong change his expression twice, Xiaoyang laughed out loud again. Xiao Qinggong was just scolding him a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he was trying to curry favor with him. The speed at which Xiao Qinggong changed his expression was too fast. Did he still have any integrity? "Xiao Qinggong, let's go. I'll bring you to a good place." Xiaoyang chuckled and slowly walked out of the poison medicine pavilion. His main problem now was to raise his cultivation to martial master. Otherwise, he would not be able to fight with Xiaoqin. Taking advantage of the remaining half a month, he planned to refine a profound grade poison pill. As long as he consumed a profound grade poison pill, he would be able to break through to martial master in an instant. However, in the entire Eastwood town, there was not a single profound grade pill, not to mention a poison pill. For this reason, Xiaoyang could only display his alchemy skills and personally refine a poison pill. Alchemy alone required medicinal ingredients. After all, profound grade pills were high-quality pills. Ordinary medicinal ingredients would not be able to meet the requirements. Furthermore, the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the pill were very strange. Xiaoyang could only go out and search for them. Hearing Xiaoyang call out to him, Xiao Qinggong immediately pulled a long face. His face was filled with unwillingness, and he was very unhappy in his heart. However, when he thought of Xiaoyang's superb alchemy skills, he was afraid of being bullied again. He could only sullenly walk over and force out a smile. "Great Grandmaster, look at me. My arms and legs are thin. My cultivation is not good, and my alchemy skills are also not good. How about I not drag you down?" He was trying to slip away. What a joke! If he followed Xiaoyang, who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, he might not even know when he would be eaten up by him. Of course he could not follow him. He wished he could hide as far away as possible. He did not expect to meet him here. Cut the crap. Do you believe that I will challenge you 12 months a year to temper your alchemy skills? Xiaoyang snorted coldly and glared at him. This feeling of oppression was simply too satisfying. Xiao Qinggong immediately pulled a long face and looked at Xiaoyang with a wronged expression. His eyes were filled with hidden bitterness and a pitiful appearance. His heart was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have challenged him in the first place. It was as if he had suffered a setback and suffered a loss. Hearing Xiaoyang's threat, he did not dare to back down. He could only reply in a low, muffled voice, "If the great Grandmaster wants to go out, I, Xiao Qinggong, naturally need an escort. In short, as long as it's the great Grandmaster's orders, I will definitely obey." In fact, he was very reluctant. Xiaoyang couldn't be bothered with what the other party was thinking as he led him out of the poison pavilion. Subconsciously, he wanted to go back to his original residence to take a look. As soon as he reached the door, he met Xiao Pai, Li Dazue, Xiao Qingmu, and the other lackeys. "Boss, you're finally back. We were just about to look for you." They all gathered around him with bright smiles on their faces. "Oh, why are you looking for me?" Xiaoyang raised his eyebrows and looked at them in surprise. They looked at each other and hurriedly said, "Of course, we're here to give Boss a gift." They took out poisonous medicinal herbs and enthusiastically handed them to Xiaoyang. Ever since they were taught a lesson by Xiaoyang, they learned how to behave themselves. They promised to help Xiaoyang collect poisonous medicinal herbs and did their best to do so. Xiaoyang frowned and was suspicious. If they were here to give medicinal herbs, he remembered that these people had already done so a few days ago. Now that they were giving medicinal herbs again, they must have some ulterior motive. Previously, when he killed a third-level evil cultivator from the Evil Cultivator Alliance, it also gave them many benefits to form a team. He reckoned that they had this idea. Xiaoyang accepted the medicinal herbs without batting an eyelid and said calmly, "All right, I'll accept the medicinal herbs. If there's nothing else, you can leave." He did not believe that these people would not give themselves away. As expected, when they heard Xiaoyang chasing them away, they instantly looked troubled. This time, they naturally came to look for Xiaoyang for something. Otherwise, why would they be so free as to give medicinal herbs? Wouldn't it be better to keep more for themselves as cultivation resources? All right, stop being so wishy-washy. If you have something to say it quickly. Xiaoyang scoffed coldly. With a cold face, he put his hands behind his back and looked at them calmly. Xiao Pai came up to him and laughed embarrassedly. He said awkwardly, "Boss, it's like this. Recently, we received another mission, so we wanted to ask you to join us. But don't worry, you don't have to do anything this time. You can just lie down and win." "There's such a good thing?" Xiaoyang expressed his doubts. When they saw Xiaoyang's suspicious expression, Xiao Qingmu hurriedly stood up and said, "Boss, you killed a third-level evil cultivator from the Evil Cultivator Alliance last time and helped us complete the mission. We're not heartless people, so of course we want to do something for you." Li Dazue also stood up and said, "Boss, don't worry. This mission is very simple. With our strength, we can complete it. You're just in this team in name. You can just lie down and win." A few of them also expressed their gratitude, fully demonstrating their confidence. Ever since they relied on Xiaoyang to complete the mission last time, the rewards they received had greatly improved their cultivation and battle prowess. It was precisely because of the increase in their strength that their confidence also skyrocketed. "All right, it's hard to refuse such kindness." "I agree," Xiaoyang said calmly. "Thank you, boss. We're leaving." Xiao Qingmu, Xiao Pai, Li Dazue, and the others were all smiling. They came up to Xiaoyang with a satisfied expression and bowed to bid farewell. Only then did they notice the alchemist Xiao Chenggong. With one look, they were all stunned. Heavens, that was a high and mighty alchemist. He was like an elder. Their faces were full of shock and disbelief. Isn't that alchemist Xiao Chenggong?" Xiao Pai said in shock. Why would such a mysterious figure like an alchemist come here? One had to know that people of their level couldn't even enter the poisonous medicine pavilion. It was already amazing to know a high-level assistant, let alone an alchemist. The various benefits were self-evident. Putting aside the fact that their status would skyrocket, just their vanity would instantly explode, and they would gain a lot of face if word got out. If an alchemist was willing to refine pills for them one day, wouldn't detoxifying or increasing their cultivation be something that could be done in the blink of an eye? They all gasped. If Xiaoyang wasn't standing here, Xiao Qingmu, Li Dazue, and the others would definitely want to curry favor with him. This was a mid-level alchemist. Once they were on good terms with him, the benefits would be unimaginable. "Greetings, alchemist." They suppressed the shock in their hearts and bowed to Xiao Qinggong. Their expressions were full of admiration and respect. Chapter 80. Actually, this was also a rule of the family. When meeting someone with a higher status than oneself, one had to greet them respectfully. Feeling Xiao Qinggong's gaze, they all straightened their chests, wanting to leave a good impression. Xiao Qinggong suddenly felt that his glory was limitless. His vanity was greatly satisfied. He coughed lightly and put his hands behind his back, pretending to be an extraordinary master. The gloominess of being suppressed by Xiaoyang was swept away. He wanted to show off in front of these people and let Xiaoyang know that he was also a person with strength and status who deserved respect. Because Xiao Yang didn't know how to respect people. He honestly thought that he was easy to bully. Look at the respectful faces of Xiao Pai and the rest in front of him. This was more like it. Greetings. You guys can go and carry out your tasks. I have high hopes for you guys. Xiao Qinggong waved his hand lightly at them with at least 100 acting tough points. Xiao Pai, Xiao Qingmu, and the rest were suddenly filled with confidence. It was as if they were suddenly filled with fighting spirit. Xiao Yang's mouth twitched. These underlings were all recruited by him. How could an errand boy like you steal the main character's halo? How could he tolerate this? He snorted lightly and looked at Xiao Qinggong mockingly. He ordered, Xiao Qinggong, go. Since you have high hopes for them, at least give each of them a mid-grade pill. Not one less. Aren't you good at acting? Then I'll make you bleed. Don't. Xiao Qinggong pulled a long face and acted pitiful in front of Xiao Yang. It's not easy for me to make a pill. I'll give it to them, just like that. Xiao Yang's dignified eyes looked directly at him. This made Xiao Qinggong's scalp tingle. He endured the trembling in his heart and painfully took out a few mid-grade pills to give to Xiao Pai and the rest. Xiao Pai, Xiao Qingmu, Li Dazue, and the rest were shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and they were even a little dazed. Oh my God, what did I just see? The high and mighty alchemist Xiao Qinggong actually listened to Xiao Yang's orders. What did this mean? It meant that Xiao Yang's status was much higher than his. *CK. Why didn't I know that my boss had such an awesome identity? Boss, what is your relationship with Xiao Qinggong? Xiao Pai looked at Xiao Yang with a covetous face, as if he was a dog trying to please Xiao Yang. Xiao Qingmu, Li Dazue, and the others were also filled with curiosity as they looked at Xiao Yang, their hearts filled with anticipation. At the same time, he was also a little frightened and shocked. This was a big shot among big shots. Xiao Qinggong looked at the people in front of him with disdain. He snorted lightly and said pretentiously again, Damn, Xiao Yang is a high-level alchemist. You guys don't even know this, and you call him boss? My God, have you guys been kicked in the head by a donkey? Why do you think I, a dignified mid-level alchemist, would be at his beck and call? Seriously, scram, I'm sick of seeing you guys. They instantly went into an uproar and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Heavens, the boss they followed was actually a high-level alchemist. This heavy news was simply at the level of destroying heaven and earth. They sucked in a breath of cold air, widened their eyes, and had a face of disbelief. After being stunned for a long time, they came back to their senses and showed a fawning smile on their faces. They flattered to the extreme and said, Boss is really the boss. Yes, we're going to get busy. Boss, if you need anything in the future, just let us know. They hurriedly retreated respectfully and retreated more than 10 feet before they raised their heads and turned to leave. We've earned big, absolutely earned big. Yes, I thought that being able to get close to Xiao Qinggong was already a great opportunity. I didn't expect that even Xiao Qinggong was fawning on the boss. Our boss is so awesome and we didn't know. No, we have to work harder for the boss in the future. Look at this mid-level alchemy pill. If it wasn't for the boss taking care of us, how could we have gotten it? With this mid-level qi nourishing pill, my chances of breaking through have increased to 50%. Since following the boss, I've improved a lot in all aspects. They discussed as they walked towards the family's iron mine area. Xiao Yang led Xiao Qinggong into the residence. Young master, you're back. Xiao Man saw Xiao Yang from afar and came over excitedly. Xiao Yang nodded and said, Is master here? Yes, I'll take you there. Xiao Man's pink cheeks were full of excitement and then led Xiao Yang away. After arriving at the study, he opened the door and saw Xiao Wengu handling official business. Xiao Yang didn't want to disturb, so he waited for a while. After a while, Xiao Wengu rubbed his eyebrows, put down the official business in his hand, and glanced around. He inadvertently saw Xiao Yang coming over. He couldn't help laughing and scolded. Brat, you don't know how to speak when you come to find me. Speak, what's the matter this time? Xiaoyang just wanted to go out to find a few sets of medicinal herbs to refine a profound level poison pill. It wasn't a big problem. On the contrary, he felt that Xiao Wangu seemed to have encountered trouble. It was reasonable to say that since he helped Xiao Wangu absorb the poison of the torrential poison technique, he should be fine. Father, I see that you seem to be very worried. I'm willing to share your worries, Xiao Yang said lightly. Xiao Wangu suddenly remembered and said, And right, I forgot that you're a 9th martial warrior. It's like this, the Iron Mine is not very peaceful recently. It's said that there are demon beasts roaming around and interfering with the production. You should go and take a look. If you can't handle it, then come back. Don't force yourself. Iron Mine? Xiao Yang's mind moved. The demon beasts that often appear in the Iron Mine must be the magnetic stone beast. The blood of the magnetic stone beast happens to be a medicine to refine a profound level poison pill. He immediately agreed and said, Father, don't worry, I'll go now. Xiao Yang turned around and walked away. Just as he was about to step out of the room, he heard Xiao Wangu shout, Wait! Father, what other orders do you have? Xiao Yang frowned. Xiao Wangu got up from his seat and took out a mirror from the side and handed it to Xiao Yang. He explained, This is the universe mirror, an earth-level magic treasure. You can explore the wonders of it by yourself. Don't let it go to waste. I originally planned to give it to you after you became a martial master, but now that you've grown up, I'll give it to you. This is also your mother's intention, Xiao Wangu said lightly. His eyes fell on the mirror, revealing a longing expression. Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment before taking the mirror from Xiao Wangu's hands. To be honest, based on his memories as the eternal poison venerable, he wasn't very interested in Earth-grade Dharma treasures. In the past, the lowest grade Dharma treasures were heaven-grade Dharma treasures. But now, it was different from the past. Having an Earth-level magic treasure was not bad. Thank you, Father. Chapter 81. The surface of the heaven and earth mirror was engraved with patterns of dragons and phoenixes, exuding an ancient aura. It was cold to the touch, and at first glance, it was no different from an ordinary mirror. However, when you injected your cultivation into it, it would be like an awakened ancient beast, able to intimidate all things. After Xiao Yang explored it, the more he looked at it, the more satisfied he was. When he walked out of the courtyard, he saw Xiao Man following him. Young master, where are you going? Xiao Man asked. Ever since her cultivation had improved, she had been cooped up in the courtyard. She was a little bored and wanted to go out for a walk. Xiao Yang replied, I'm going to the iron mine of Iron Mountain. It's not peaceful there recently. I want to go too. Xiao Man hurriedly shouted. Then, she felt that it was not appropriate for her to ask the young master as a servant. She quickly lowered her head, but the sincerity in her expression was clear. Xiao Yang thought about it. After confirming that there would not be any great danger, he agreed. Okay. Really, Hoyer, that's great. Thank you, young master. Xiao Man was very happy. She was so excited that she jumped up and down. She could finally go out for a walk. The group of 3 headed towards Iron Mountain. Xiao Qinggong's gaze would occasionally look at Xiao Man. He felt that Xiao Man was delicate and pretty, like a stream of spiritual energy, very likable. However, he did not dare to strike up a conversation. Ever since the incident where he had to give out medicinal pills when he acted tough last time, he had been traumatized. He did not want to continue cutting his flesh. Xiao Man also approved of this follower. Although she knew that he was an alchemist, the young master's identity was higher. She did not need to lower herself to please him. At this moment, a fierce battle was taking place in Iron Mountain. Banging sounds reverberated in the surroundings. A 30-meter-long magnetic beast was crashing everywhere. Its body was also rolling. Its limbs were also flapping wildly, and its tail was also sweeping randomly. Every time he hit a place, a huge crater would appear there, which was created by his ferocious strength. If he came into contact with a mountain, that mountain would definitely explode and be razed to the ground. The terror of this magnetic beast was simply unimaginable. At this moment, several people were facing a predicament of life and death. They were Xiao Qingmu, Xiao Pai, Li Dazue, and the others. They had previously accepted this mission from their families to guard the iron mine for a week. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a huge problem on the first day? It was simply unlucky. Who can tell me what kind of monstrous beast this is? It's so terrifying. His entire body's defense is practically invincible. Regardless of whether it's a magic treasure or a martial skill, they can only cause sparks when they hit his body. Not only are they unable to injure him, they instead make him even more ferocious. I can only say that we are too unlucky. We didn't look at the almanac when we went out. We thought that this would be an easy task, but there was an unsolvable problem as soon as we arrived. To think that we even put down a military order in front of the boss. It's really ridiculous. All right, that's enough. This big guy in front of us isn't something we can deal with. Hurry up and think of a way to escape and inform the family. Several of them were being chased by the magnetic stone beasts, and the ground was constantly rumbling. Every time the rumbling sound was heard, it was accompanied by violent tremors. In front of them, they were surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. They had nowhere to run, and there was no way out. It's over. There's no way out. We can only fight back with all our might. What fight back? Our magic treasures are all scrapped, our elixirs are all used up, and we only have 10% of our cultivation left. Xiao Pai, Xiao Qingmu, Li Dazue, and the others looked desperate and disheartened. This monstrous beast was too powerful. It killed them in one move, and now it had even forced them into a desperate situation. Rumble. A huge sound was heard, and the ground shook. It was the magnetic stone beast that was 10 feet away. It had hit the small mountain in front of it, and the small mountain was instantly flattened. The magnetic stone beast's power was unparalleled in the world. It was incomparably ferocious, and it was like a hot knife through butter. There was nothing it couldn't break. It stared with its big red eyes and locked onto Xiao Pai and the others. It raised its head and roared, releasing a strong, murderous aura. Then it rushed up with a surging momentum, wanting to swallow Xiao Pai and the others in one bite. It's over, it's over. I don't want to die. Xiao Qingmu, Xiao Pai, Li Dazue, and the others were full of despair and fear. Their legs were shaking, but they couldn't even summon up the will to resist this huge and powerful monstrous beast. The magnetic stone beast had already opened its huge mouth, which was 15 feet in size. It could almost swallow a small mountain in one bite. Its power was so majestic that it seemed to be able to swallow the world. The huge mouth was getting closer and closer to them. 15 feet, 40 feet, 30 feet. They could completely smell the pungent smell of blood. Their eyes were blown by the strong wind, and they couldn't open their eyes. Many people were so frightened by the huge power that their legs went limp and they fell to the ground. Their faces were pale, and they were covered in cold sweat. Seeing that they were about to die in the next moment, a majestic rebuke suddenly exploded in the sky. "Evil beast, how dare you hurt people? Get out of here." As soon as the words fell, a huge mountain condensed from the firmament palm came crashing down, and directly sent the magnetic stone beast flying 10 feet away. The magnetic stone beast's body hit the ground and rolled twice. A rumbling sound came out, and smoke and dust splashed up. The people who came were Xiao Yang, Xiao Qinggong, and Xiao Man. They slowly landed in front of Xiao Pai and the others. "Boss? Damn, I'm not dreaming, right? I'm still alive? Boss, you're actually here?" Xiao Qingmu and the others showed an expression of disbelief. They were in a life and death situation just now, and they all thought that they were going to die. They didn't expect that in the end, Xiao Yang would come to save them. They were very happy, and their faces were full of excitement. Xiao Yang had helped them too much. To think that they had promised Xiaoyang that Xiaoyang would win without doing anything. Now, their sorry state was simply a humiliation to themselves. If Xiaoyang hadn't come in time, they would have died. Boss, you're really here. Are you here to save us? How did you know we were here? Xiao Pai, Li Dazue, and the others hurried over. They were full of enthusiasm, and their hearts were full of joy. Xiaoyang explained and said, "My father asked me to come to the Iron Mountain to check the situation. I didn't expect to meet you guys. Your mission should be to guard here for 7 days. This place has been peaceful for 10 years. No wonder you dare to guarantee that I would win without doing anything. It's just that I didn't expect your luck to be so bad, encountering the magnetic stone beast before you even sat down." These words made Xiao Pai and the others ashamed. Who asked them to boast so much before? Now they were asking to be humiliated. But fortunately, it was nothing to be mocked by their boss. The reason why their boss was that he was more awesome than them in all aspects. Chapter 82. They also saw the scene just now. The demonic beast that forced them into a dead end was actually sent flying by Xiaoyang's palm. Who else here could do that? From this point, it could be seen that Xiaoyang's terrifying combat strength was terrifying. Xiao Qinggong laughed at the side and said, "Yo, I thought you guys had accepted a mission. You actually dared to let the great Grandmaster win. It turned out to be a guard mission." Xiao Pai and the others were mocked until their faces turned red. "Okay, I won't laugh at you guys. Although the mission is nothing, your intentions are worthy of praise." Xiao Qinggong expressed his affirmation to them. Xiao Pai and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with joy. Yes, the most important thing was their intentions. It's just that you guys really stepped on dog shit. You almost died when you came. Tell me, who else in the world is so unlucky? You should know that this iron mine has been very peaceful for the past 10 years. Xiao Qinggong mocked again. This made Xiao Pai, Li Dazue, and Xiao Qingmu feel even worse than constipation. Xiao Man couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then she felt that Xiao Pai and the others were too pitiful. They were almost swallowed by the magnetic stone beast. So she immediately corrected Xiao Qinggong, "You can't talk nonsense. As the saying goes, misfortune and fortune depend on misfortune. Maybe this time we can even make a contribution." Xiao Qingmu's mind lit up. His eyes flashed, and he hurriedly said, "Yes, this magnetic stone beast appeared at the wrong time. We will report it to the family, and we will definitely be rewarded." This magnetic stone beast was too strong. It was comparable to an 8th-ranked warrior. It wasn't something they could deal with. So if they could send the news back, it would be a great contribution. He hurriedly took out the communication jade slip and sent the news back. Roar, roar. The magnetic stone beast struggled to get up from the ground. It suffered a loss just now. But not only was it not afraid, it became even more violent and ferocious. Its eyes were red and firmly locked onto Xiaoyang. It had already remembered Xiaoyang's aura. It could have eaten a good meal, but the cooked duck flew away. This was completely Xiaoyang's fault. It hated Xiaoyang to the extreme. Bang, bang, bang. He sprinted over, and every step he took on the ground made a loud noise, causing the ground to shake. Boss, he's here." Xiao Pai, Xiao Qingmu, Li Dazue, and the others heard the commotion and looked over. Seeing the ferocious magnetic stone beast, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They hurriedly retreated. They had almost been swallowed by the magnetic beast just now, and there was already a shadow in their hearts. They did not have the courage to face it now. "Magnetic beast, are you still not going to submit?" Xiaoyang snorted coldly. Circulating his cultivation base, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, causing his body to float up into the air. Once again he slammed down with his palm, causing the void to buzz as a majestic mountain condensed and crushed down. Rumble! A loud noise was heard again, and the magnetic beast that was charging over was crushed to the ground. All four of its legs went limp in an instant. Xiao Yang's body floated and landed directly on the magnet beast's head. He raised one hand and pointed his index finger directly between the magnetic stone beast's eyebrows. Then he circulated his cultivation base and slowly extracted the magnetic stone beast's eyebrow blood. The magnetic stone beast's expression was pained. Its tail kept slapping on the ground, making rumbling sounds and filling the air with smoke and dust. After Xiao Yang extracted the magnetic stone beast's eyebrow blood, he slowly withdrew his hand. His body spun and landed on his original position. He looked down at the magnetic stone beast from above and snorted coldly. "I'll let you go this time. If you dare to cause trouble here again, I'll kill you directly." Scram! After the magnetic stone beast's eyebrow blood was extracted, it was extremely weak. It struggled to stand up and staggered away. At this time, even Xiao Pai and the others could kill it. However, since Xiao Yang let the magnetic stone beast go, they did not dare to kill it recklessly. Xiao Yang ordered, "Xiao Pai, just say that you drove the magnetic stone beast away. If anyone doesn't believe it, you can bring them here to check. That way, your rewards will be doubled." Xiao Pai, Xiao Qingmu, and the others' eyes lit up. They knew that Xiao Yang was giving them the credit. However, they had already taken advantage of him last time. How could they take advantage of him this time? They felt a little uncomfortable. "Boss, this isn't good," Xiao Qingmu murmured softly. Xiao Yang smiled resentfully and said disdainfully, "I'm a dignified advanced alchemist. What resources can I not have? Do I need to go to the clan to get some rewards? You guys should take the rewards and cultivate well." Although that was what he said, they still could not convince themselves. They felt that Xiao Yang had always been taking care of them. Xiao Yang had no choice but to explain again. "The magnetic stone beast's blood is useful to me. I've already taken it. Also, this iron mine area is under my father's jurisdiction. As his son, of course, I have my adoptive father to take care of it. All right, don't be wishy-washy. Just do as I say." "Thank you, boss." Xiao Pai, Xiao Qingmu, and the others cupped their fists in gratitude. In the past, they were forced to call Xiao Yang boss because Xiao Yang's strength was higher than theirs. But from this moment on, they were willing to recognize Xiao Yang as their boss, not because of Xiao Yang's identity and strength, but because of Xiao Yang's caring and understanding heart. Xiao Yang waved his hand and dismissed them. "Xiao Man, you should also tell my father about what happened here," he instructed. Xiao Man nodded and responded. She took out a communication jade slip and sent a message. "Great Master, where are we going next?" Xiao Chenggong asked in a flattering manner. He even sneakily went forward to help Xiao Yang massage his shoulders, acting like a lackey. Previously, he only thought that Xiao Yang's alchemy skills were powerful. But after personally seeing Xiao Yang make a move, he completely changed his view of Xiao Yang. It turned out that Xiao Yang's cultivation and fighting strength were also so terrifying. He was a 9th order warrior, but this was not important. What was important was that Xiao Yang took care of his subordinates. If he could also become one of Xiao Yang's subordinates, then the benefits would not be small. Therefore, he wanted to curry favor with Xiao Yang and take the opportunity to curry favor with him. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go to the medicinal field and take a look." The family's medicinal field was also under the management of Xiao Wangu. Basically, the medicinal herbs of the poison medicine pavilion were produced from the medicinal field. Maybe they could find the medicinal herbs they needed there. Refining a profound, rank poison pill and breaking through to the martial master realm was something they could not wait to do. They unleashed their cultivation and rushed in the direction of the medicinal field. Iron Mountain was a long distance away from the medicinal field. It would take them half a day to reach there. After a few hours, Xiao Man was already unable to walk. She blushed and said, "Young master, can we rest for a while?" She felt that she was a burden to Xiao Yang. "And there is a village ahead. Let's rest there." Xiao Yang replied. Chapter 83. Xiaoyang and the others passed by Peach Blossom Village. The reason why Peach Blossom Village was called Peach Blossom Village was because of its famous peach blossoms. There were countless peach blossom trees, and the entire village was filled with peach blossoms. Looking around, it was colorful and pleasing to the eye. Taking a breath, it was filled with the fragrance of peach blossoms. Stepping on the ground, there were thick peach blossom petals. On both sides of the road, there were tea sheds and temporary restaurants. There were also peach blossom cakes for sale. Almost every 3 households had a shop selling peach blossom cakes. Although it was only a village, there were many people. Other than the locals, there were more famous tourists from all over the world. Wow, so beautiful, so fragrant. Seeing this scene, Xiao Man was very happy. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She only felt that life was so beautiful. Xiao Qinggong was also overjoyed. His eyes lit up. He didn't think that there would be such a beautiful place. Now that he had come here, it was worth it. There's a tea shed in front. Let's go down and have some tea. Seeing that the two were so infatuated, Xiaoyang smiled faintly and chose a tea shed to sit down. There were many guests in the tea shed. There were rich and poor, fat and thin, tall and short. The boss was busy serving them. 3 guests, please take a seat. I'll cut the tea for you. The waiter was full of smiles and warmly served the guests. Xiao Qinggong gave him money, so he went to work. Xiaoyang and the others had just sat down when someone came to find them. Oh, isn't this the trash of the Xiao family, Xiaoyang? TSK, it's a small world. Lin Xiongchuan walked over with a sneer and sat in front of Xiaoyang. His followers also followed. At first glance, there were as many as 7 or 8 of them. They were all martial warriors. Looking at this lineup, one could tell that Lin Xiongchuan's status was not low. By the way, your maid looks okay. I want to take her away. You don't have any objections, right? Lin Xiongchuan pointed at Xiao Man arrogantly. He looked arrogant, as if he wanted to take her away, but she had no choice but to send her over. He indeed had the right to be arrogant. In the Lin family, he had the good fortune of being a young master. In the future, he would definitely inherit the position of the head of the Lin family. Looking at the whole Donglin town, except for the Xiao family and the Wang family, they could bully everyone else at will. Although Xiaoyang was a member of the Xiao family, Xiaoyang's cultivation had dropped to the level of a martial disciple after he was framed. He had practically become the abandoned child of the Xiao family. Therefore, even if he bullied him, he believed that the Xiao family would not blame him for it. Besides, his sister, Lin Shanshan, was Lin Chen's fiancée. Lin Chen was the pride of East Town, and his future was limitless. With this relationship, even if he killed Xiaoyang, so what? At most, he would be reprimanded. He was in a good mood today, so he wanted to come to Peach Blossom Village to see the peach blossoms. He did not expect to meet Xiaoyang. Of course, he had to find a way to humiliate him. He was also very clear about his sister, Lin Shanshan's recent situation in the Xiao family. Recently, she had been bullied by Xiaoyang. As her younger brother, he naturally wanted to avenge his sister. Lin Xiongchuan looked at Xiaoyang provocatively. He wanted to see if Xiaoyang dared to resist. His followers crossed their arms over their chests and stood aside to watch the show. They did not know who Xiaoyang was. They only knew that if Lin Xiongchuan wanted to bully someone, he would definitely bully them. They had done this kind of thing too many times and were used to it. As long as Xiaoyang dared to make a sound, they would beat Xiaoyang up. Perhaps if they performed well, Lin Xiongchuan would even reward them. Xiao Man's face flushed red, and she glared at Lin Xiongchuan angrily. Xiao Qinggong endured it. If it were not for the fact that he was afraid of stealing Xiaoyang's lead role, he would have exploded long ago. However, the fact of the last time told him that if he dared to steal the show, he would have to pay the price of pills. He simply became obedient. Get lost. Xiaoyang furrowed his brows and shouted. He hated this kind of annoying fly, who always did not know what was good for them. As his words fell, he exploded with the aura of a powerhouse and released a shockwave, directly sending Lin Xiongquan and the others flying. He did not allow others to sit in front of him. Who dared to sit there? With this little cultivation, they wanted to have ideas about his maidservant. They were simply courting death. Ouch! 7 or 8 people fell to the ground outside the tea shed and cried out in pain. Even Lin Xiongquan was no exception. After falling to the ground, he rolled up the dirt on the ground. His face was covered in dirt, and he was in a very sorry state. His hair bun fell to the ground, and his long hair hung down. It was very embarrassing. Many wanderers and onlookers looked over, their eyes filled with smiles. Some even applauded and cheered. This Lin Xiongquan was notorious. Many people had been bullied by him. Now that they had been taught a lesson, of course they would clap and cheer. How dare you! This young master has never been humiliated like this. Xiaoyang, you really have guts. Since you don't want face, then die for me. Go, all of you go, kill him. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Lin Xiongquan's expression became ferocious. His eyes burned with anger. He had never been so angry before. Dealing with a mere trash, he was actually humiliated. How could he accept this? Brat die. His followers all exploded with their cultivation and attacked Xiaoyang. They revealed a fierce look, as if they had a life and death feud with Xiaoyang. They thought that if it wasn't for Xiaoyang's sneak attack, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Now, of course, they had to get back at him. Otherwise, how could they follow Lin Xiongquan in the future? Xiao Chenggong couldn't bear it anymore. Now that he saw Xiaoyang explode, he finally found a chance to make a move. He immediately stood up and roared, "A group of bastards. If you want to bully my boss, you have to get through me first." Thus, his cultivation erupted, and he used the Xiao family's basic martial skill, Cloud, expelling palm. More than 10 palm prints were released in an instant. Pung, 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 pung. They bombarded the servants, causing them to spit out blood and fly backward. They didn't even have the strength to stand up. Xiao Chenggong's attack was much more ruthless than Xiaoyang's. If it wasn't for the relationship between the Xiao family and the Lin family, he would have killed this group of bastards. Boss, don't worry. Just leave this group of trash to me. Xiao Chenggong was afraid that Xiaoyang would misunderstand that he was stealing the limelight, so he immediately turned around and explained to Xiaoyang. He made his position clear. No matter how awesome he was still just a small follower. If he thought about it this way, the real protagonist was still you. You can't punish me to take out pills anymore. With such a reason, Xiao Chenggong could flaunt and show off without limit. He jumped up high and landed in front of Lin Xiongquan. He said condescendingly, "Thief! Today I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and get rid of evil for the people. I will send you to the king of hell." Humph. Chapter 84. Many of the onlookers cheered. They were gloating and adding insult to injury. They all wanted to see Lin Xiongquan's tragic end. Xiao Chenggong felt that he had gained a lot of vanity points. He raised his head proudly and enjoyed everyone's attention. In any case, he was a guy who liked to show off. Of course, he wouldn't show off too much. At least, he wouldn't steal Xiaoyang's limelight. Lin Xiongquan, even your sister Lin Shanshan, doesn't dare to be presumptuous in front of my boss, let alone a little grasshopper like you. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of my boss. Xiao Chenggong shouted and then slapped out, sending Lin Xiongquan flying. Lin Xiongquan screamed and touched his burning cheek. He felt wronged, and his expression was full of unwillingness. He shouted at Xiaoyang, "Xiaoyang, you trash. If you have the guts, do it yourself. You let a guard stand up for you. Don't you have any shame?" He felt that although he and the others were no match for Xiao Chenggong, dealing with Xiaoyang wouldn't be a problem. He also thought that the reason why Xiaoyang was so calm was because Xiao Chenggong was backing him up. Therefore, if he bypassed Xiao Chenggong and went directly to Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang would definitely suffer. Okay, then I'll fulfill your wish, Xiaoyang said indifferently. He slowly got up and walked in front of Lin Xiongquan with his hands behind his back. Xiao Chenggong pulled a long face and looked unwilling. It was easy for him to show off, but this damned Lin Xiongquan didn't give him a chance and insisted on looking for Xiaoyang. Didn't he see that Xiaoyang was drinking tea and didn't have time to care about him? That Xiaoyang's cultivation is higher than mine. He can't even beat me, and you want to deal with Xiaoyang? Your pig brain must have been caught in the door. He looked at Xiaoyang with a face full of resentment and then silently retreated to the side. There was no other way. Xiaoyang was his boss. He could only listen to him. Xiao Man chuckled and comforted Xiao Chenggong. This made Xiao Chenggong feel a bit better. Brother Xiaoyang, cripple him. How can you let him bully people every day? Brother Xiaoyang, kill him. There's no need to be courteous with me. He's harmed too many girls. Young Master Xiaoyang, for the sake of the people, kill him. Many onlookers shouted one after another. It could be seen how much they hated Lin Xiongquan. All of you, shut up. Do you believe that I won't kill you all? Lin Xiongquan suddenly stood up and roared at the crowd with a ferocious expression. His ferocious appearance caused the people around him to take a few steps back in fear. Xiaoyang, I thought you would always be a coward. You really stupidly stood out. Very well, I'll send you to hell today. Lin Xiongquan released his cultivation of a 4th-ranked warrior, and a powerful aura rushed toward Xiaoyang. He believed that this level of cultivation was enough to deal with Xiaoyang, this trash. According to the information he received, Xiaoyang was at most a peak martial disciple. This was all thanks to Lin Shanshan's poison. Lin Xiongquan roared and immediately launched a powerful attack toward Xiaoyang. Lin family's basic martial skill, Wind God's Leg. Xiao Chen had mastered the Wind God's kick to the point that he was proficient in it. When he used it, the whole sky was filled with the afterimages of his kicks. Each of the afterimages of his kicks contained a terrifying, killing power. These afterimages of his kicks instantly enveloped Xiaoyang, causing everyone to feel a chill down their spines. You dare to be so arrogant with such insignificant skills. Xiaoyang coldly snorted and released his cultivation of a 9th-ranked warrior. A huge pressure, like an immemorial mountain, instantly crushed Lin Xiongquan's body. Lin Xiongquan exclaimed, and his face changed. His eyes were wide open and filled with fear. Heavens! What kind of terrifying monster did he provoke? His full strength was not enough to withstand the pressure of the other party. Xiaoyang waved his hand, and Lin Xiongquan was hit by a huge impact. With a cry, he flew hundreds of feet away and hit the mountain peak 100 feet away. With a rumbling sound, the mountain peak shook, and a lot of rocks fell from the top of the mountain. Eldest young master. His followers shouted in panic. They didn't have time to say any harsh words and hurriedly ran over to save him. They didn't know whether the eldest young master could survive or not. Anyway, if they were to receive such an attack, only death would await them. This person's cultivation has been crippled by me. In the future, he will be a mediocre and ordinary person. This can be considered a lesson for him. In the future, if he dares to bully others, act tyrannically, and bully the countryside, I will definitely kill him. Xiaoyang said coolly, Good, boss is indeed boss. What a hero! Xiao Chenggong hurriedly applauded, and the other onlookers cheered. Xiao Man smiled and looked at Xiaoyang with infatuation. This was her young master. Under the grateful gazes of the crowd, Xiaoyang, Xiao Chenggong, and Xiao Man left Peach Blossom Village and continued to walk towards the medicinal field. When they had just walked out of Peach Blossom Village, they had not walked far when they saw a man and a beast in front of them. The beast was a magnetic stone beast, and the man was like a demon. This man's hair was loose, and his face was rotten. There were worms crawling on his rotten flesh. His clothes were tattered, and his exposed skin was also rotten. A strong and pungent stench came from him. It was so unpleasant that it made people want to vomit. Xiaoyang, Xiao Qinggong, and Xiao Man stopped and looked at the man and beast with uncertain expressions. Xiao Man was a little scared and his cheeks were a little pale. This man was really too disgusting and terrifying. Xiao Qinggong was also full of fear. However, as Xiaoyang's henchman, he could only brace himself. With a cold face, he snorted and said, "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" Anyone could tell that the visitor was not friendly. However, this person was not from Donglin town at all, so Xiao Qinggong had to speak up. The devil-like man laughed hideously. Worms and black blood fell from his cheeks. He laughed a few times and said in a hoarse voice, "You killed a level 3 heretic cultivator and injured my magnetic stone beast. How do you want to settle this grudge?" Xiao Qinggong and Xiao Man's expressions changed. This man was actually from the Heretic Cultivator Alliance. Heretic cultivators were extremely terrifying and strange. They killed people without blinking and were notorious for their ferocity. No one was afraid of them. Xiao Qinggong looked at the man's cultivation. He was actually a martial master with the help of the magnetic stone beast. Xiao Qinggong was almost desperate and his face was pale. "Young master, hurry up and leave. I'll stop him." Even though Xiao Man's legs were trembling, she still walked forward without hesitation and stood in front of Xiaoyang to protect him. Xiao Qinggong looked sideways at Xiaoyang, not knowing what to do. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not surprised by the man's appearance. When he was dealing with the magnetic stone beast, he knew there was someone behind it. For the long term of the iron mine, he deliberately let the magnetic stone beast go. Chapter 85. Just as he had expected, the person behind this had been lured out. However, he did not expect the other party to be a member of the evil Cultivator Alliance. He was afraid that the other party was a level 4 evil cultivator. He was now a rank 9 warrior. His cultivation realm was not as good as the other party. In addition, evil cultivators were cruel and had strange martial skills. He really could not take care of the two people beside him. "Xiao Qinggong, take Xiao Man back to the family and inform the family. Go quickly." Xiaoyang shouted in a low voice. Xiao Qinggong stood in the same place and hesitated. He did not know whether to leave or not. If he left, he would be too disloyal. If he did not leave, he would be sending himself to death. This was not something a smart person would do. Want to leave? Ridiculous. In front of this old man, don't even think about it. The level 4 evil cultivator Gue Rua Mo grinned and patted the magnetic stone beast. The originally well-behaved magnetic stone beast suddenly became violent. With a ferocious roar, it opened its bloody mouth and bit at Xiaoyang. He released a murderous aura and his momentum was amazing. At the same time, Gue Ruomo was not idle. He followed behind the magnetic stone beast and took the opportunity to attack. The reason why they were evil cultivators was that their methods were vicious and unscrupulous. As long as they killed the target, they did not care about sneak attacks. "I'll fight with you." Xiao Qinggong knew that he couldn't escape. He immediately snorted and unleashed his cultivation. He fiercely attacked Gue Roma. His firmament palm was not even at the level of proficiency. He just condensed a palm print and slapped it toward Gue Roma. Gue Mo smiled coldly and pointed with one hand. A fingerprint was condensed in an instant, releasing an unparalleled pressure and directly attacked Xiao Qinggong. Xiao Qinggong's palm print suddenly collapsed. The power of the fingerprint swept across Xiao Qinggong's body. He groaned and flew back dozens of feet. Blood spilled from the air. Xiaoyang did not stay idle. He knew that the situation was urgent. He waved his hand and released a gentle force. He rolled Xiao Man to 100 feet behind him. Then he rushed to the magnetic stone beast and blasted it away. "Brat, I have underestimated you. You are actually a rank 9 warrior. No wonder you could injure my magnetic beast. However, your luck has come to an end." Flipping sky seal, Gue Ruomo roared. He formed a seal with one hand and sent a palm strike toward Xiaoyang. The palm print, which was 10 feet in size, floated in the air. Yellow light flowed around it, and it released a terrifying aura. With a buzz, it directly pressed down on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang coldly snorted, and suddenly used the firmament palm, condensing a majestic mountain. The two collided with each other with a loud bang, causing a shocking sound. Not bad, not bad. It's the same martial skill, but you are much more powerful than that brat just now. Gue Ruomo calmly floated in the air, evaluating Xiaoyang's attack. I was holding back just now. Now, I'll show you the terror of a martial master. Ninth heaven thunder, come. Gue Ruomo roared to the sky, and a mysterious aura was emitted from his body. As he pointed to the sky, in an instant the originally cloudless sky was filled with endless dark clouds, and countless dark clouds gathered from further away. The rumbling sound of thunder exploded in the sky, and lightning could be seen streaking through the dark clouds. Within 100 miles, it was pitch black, and only the light of lightning could be seen. Crackle, boom! A bolt of lightning struck from the sky and landed on the nearby mountain peak, directly splitting it in half. Countless gravel sputtered and smoke billowed. Thunderbolt, boom! In less than half a breath's time, a total of 10 violent and overbearing bolts of lightning locked onto Xiaoyang, rushing toward Xiaoyang to kill him. Xiaoyang sucked in a breath of cold air, and his scalp went numb. He immediately used his movement technique, and in a flash he was far away. Heaven and Earth Mirror. With a flip of his hand, he directly took out the Heaven and Earth Mirror, an Earth-grade magic treasure, and madly injected his cultivation into it, controlling it to counterattack. Without the help of the magic treasure, he would not be able to defeat Gue Ruomo. After all, he was a martial master. Although there was only a one-word difference between a martial master and a martial master, the difference in strength was like the gap between heaven and earth, and it was impossible to cross. The Heaven and Earth Mirror suddenly floated up, and in an instant it expanded to 100 feet wide mirror. The surface of the mirror was as smooth as snow and indestructible. Crackle, crack. 10 arm-sized bolts of lightning hit the surface of the Heaven and Earth Mirror, but the mirror was not damaged. Instead, it shot out 10 bolts of lightning, directly bombarding Gue Ruomo. Ah, what the hell? Gue Ruomo exclaimed, and his eyes widened, looking at the 10 bolts of lightning in disbelief. Crackle, crackle. Ah, Gue Ruomo was hit by the lightning and could not help but scream. Lightning swam around his body, emitting a burnt smell, and his hair was smoking. He fell to the ground, twitching and foaming at the mouth. He still had a confused expression. Wasn't the ninth heaven thunder a martial skill? Wasn't he the one who used it? But why did it turn around and attack him? 1,000 poisonous hands. Xiaoyang snorted and immediately used the 1,000 poisonous hands, a martial skill that he was good at in his previous life. Countless handprints appeared in the void, like a fairy scattering flowers, and covered Gue Ruomo. In an instant, Gue Ruomo's body was hit by dozens of palms, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Bastard, damn it, I will not live under the same sky with you. Gue Ruomo had the protective aura of a martial master. Although he was seriously injured, he could still survive by relying on his strange vitality. After all, he was a heretic cultivator, and heretic cultivators were strange, deformed, and incredible existences. Magnetic beast, take me away. Gue Ruomo was hit by 2 devastating attacks. Although he was still alive, he was greatly injured, and his cultivation was at most 20%. He did not dare to continue fighting with Xiaoyang, and it was better to run first. Indeed, Xiaoyang's Heaven and Earth Mirror was too frightening. It was actually an Earth-class magic treasure. In the entire Donglin town, there were not many Earth-class magic treasures. Want to run? That's impossible. Xiaoyang's lips curled up and he sneered. Then he slowly stepped forward, holding the Heaven and Earth Mirror in his hand, intimidating Gue Ruomo with his supreme power. Suddenly, Xiaoyang felt an extremely strong sense of danger. He knew that things were not good, and immediately used his movement technique to leave. At this time, Fiery Bird reminded him, "The other party knows that he can't escape, so he wants to die with you." He secretly used the self-explosion technique. No wonder. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes, watching the other party's figure return to attack with the help of the magnetic beast. This made him extremely surprised. "Bastard, you still want to kill me? Die with me, you haha!" Self-explosion technique explode. Rumble. A huge sound was heard, and the mountain peak shook and the ground shook. There was even a strong wave of qi that swept in all directions. The shaking of the ground could be clearly felt from 100 miles away. Chapter 86. Xiaoyang was in the middle of a 10-mile crater where the battle took place. Gravel and soil kept falling from the edge of the crater, and a lot of it landed on Xiaoyang's body. Xiaoyang did not move from his prone position. After a long time, he slowly got up. Patting the dirt and dust off his body, he couldn't help but choke and cough. He was in an extremely sorry state. His face was covered in mud, his hair was disheveled, and his clothes were torn in several places. There were many abrasions on his skin, and blood was flowing out. Damn, this martial master's self-destruction is too terrifying. Xiaoyang cursed. A martial master was already very terrifying. If he self-destructed, he would be 10 times more terrifying. The reason for this was that the self-destruction technique could burn a person's life and soul. It would consume their future lifespan in exchange for an earth-shattering blow. Many thanks, Fiery Bird. If not for you, a martial great ancestor, I'm afraid I would have lost my life here. Fiery Bird was a martial great ancestor after all. If Fiery Bird had not released his cultivation to protect Xiaoyang at the crucial moment, Xiaoyang would have been vaporized by the terrifying shockwave. He glanced at the crater. It was more than 300 feet deep. It was truly terrifying. He checked his injuries. After confirming that there were no major problems, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then he used his movement technique and jumped out of the crater, landing on the surface. Young master, are you all right? Woo woo, don't scare me. Xiao Man can't live without young master. Xiao Man was crying on the other side of the crater. Beside him, Xiao Qinggong was clutching his injured chest and comforting him. His expression was lonely and sorrowful. Xiao Man, don't be sad. You still have master. He could only comfort him like this. In his opinion, Xiaoyang must have fallen. The self-destruction just now was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Its power was unprecedented. He saw with his own eyes that the magnetic beast bore the brunt of it. In half a blink of an eye, the magnetic beast turned into nothingness. Xiaoyang was only a martial artist. How could he have survived such a huge explosion? Not even his ashes would have been left behind. He could only lament, feel pity, and feel a little nostalgic. No, young master won't die. I want to go down and find young master. Xiao Man cried stubbornly and struggled to go down. Xiao Qinggong hurriedly pulled her back. What a joke! This deep pit couldn't be seen at a glance. Even with his cultivation, he didn't dare to go down, let alone Xiao Man. If she wasn't careful, she would probably fall and become meat paste. Xiaoyang used his movement technique and appeared behind them in a few flashes. He patted their shoulders and said indifferently, I'm not dead yet. Are you guys crying and cursing me to die? Ah, young master. Ghost. Xiao Qinggong was almost scared into falling into the pit by Xiaoyang's sorry state. Xiaoyang's miserable state was indeed a bit too miserable. His body was covered in blood, his clothes were tattered, and his hair was disheveled like a ghost. Only Xiao Man's face was filled with joy. She excitedly hugged Xiaoyang. As long as Xiaoyang didn't die, it was fine. She didn't care what Xiaoyang looked like. She was really afraid that this was all a dream. She was afraid that she would lose Xiaoyang. Young master, are you okay? Do you feel any pain? Let's go back to the family. Xiao Man looked at Xiao Yang with a face full of worry. Her gaze was gentle and full of care and love. Xiao Chenggong recovered from his trembling. His face was still full of shock. He opened his eyes wide and muttered, "How could you not die?" That explosion was so terrifying that it was inhumane. I almost died too. Hey, how can you say that? My young master is alive and well. He's in your way. Really? Xiao Man directly scolded with her hands on her hips. She had the potential to be a shrew. No. Xiao Chenggong hurriedly explained. He was just shocked by what happened just now. Of course, he didn't think that Xiao Yang was dead. Xiao Yang smiled and lightly said, "Let's go. Don't waste time here. I also need to find a place to clean up." He raised one hand and rolled up Guevua Mo's identity token on the ground. Then he led them away. After spending a lot of time, they finally arrived at the family's medicine field. The medicine field was hundreds of thousands of acres. There were also tens of thousands of people working here. Just like an iron mine, there were also managers and growers. The growers were busy in the medicine field. The managers were responsible for registering and arranging work. After Xiao Yang arrived, he took a bath. Then a manager came to greet him. This manager was Xiao Wangu's trusted aide. It was because he was a trusted aide that he was put in charge here. This trusted aide was only loyal to Xiao Wangu. He didn't like Xiao Yang very much. But because of Xiao Wangu's face, he was willing to come and greet Xiao Yang. Ever since he learned that Xiao Yang's cultivation had fallen, he had been displeased with Xiao Yang. After Xiao Yaotian entered the courtyard arranged for the three of them to live in, he saw Xiao Chenggong in the courtyard. His eyes inadvertently glanced at him. Oh my, it was actually an intermediate alchemist. His face was full of shock. He really misjudged just now. Fortunately, he didn't offend him. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly walked in. He bowed to Xiao Chenggong and said, "Xiao Yaotian greets the alchemist." The alchemist's status was comparable to the elders in the family. They were the top existences in the poisonous medicine pavilion. For example, the existence of the medicine field was to transport herbs to the poisonous medicine pavilion. It was equivalent to working for them. After the poisonous medicine pavilion refined pills and sold them, the profits would be distributed to them. Whether it was in terms of rank or benefits, the other party was a head above him. He couldn't be disrespectful. At this time, Xiao Yang also came out of his room after freshening up. He saw Xiao Yaotian from afar and walked over unhurriedly. Xiao Yaotian's eyelids twitched. He thought to himself, "This Xiao Yang is too casual. Why doesn't he greet the alchemist here? Isn't he the alchemist's follower?" Yes, in Xiao Yaotian's view, this Xiao Yang should be the alchemist's follower. His purpose should be to come to the medicine field to collect herbs. Because the actual person in charge of the medicine field was Xiao Yang's father, Xiao Wangu, if the alchemist wanted to collect herbs from the medicine field, he would need Xiao Wangu's permission. Thus, Xiao Wangu asked his son, Xiao Yang, to accompany him. That was the most appropriate thing. In this way, he could also befriend the poisonous medicine pavilion and let Xiao Yang befriend the alchemist. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. However, with Xiao Yang's temperament, he didn't have the slightest awareness of putting the alchemist in his eyes. "Xiao Yang, why aren't you greeting the alchemist? Don't be presumptuous." Xiao Yaotian's face darkened as he scolded Xiao Yang, who was walking over. He felt that he had figured out Xiao Wangu's intention, so he had to cooperate with Xiao Wangu and let Xiao Yang establish a good image in front of Xiao Chenggong. "Presumptuous, Xiao Yaotian, do you want me to die?" Xiao Chenggong suddenly shouted, giving Xiao Yaotian a fright. "Oh my, what did I do wrong to anger the alchemist?" Chapter 87. Alchemist? I wouldn't dare. I don't know how I offended you, but I'll apologize to you right now. Xiao Yaotian spoke in fear, his expression full of fear. Xiao Chenggong sneered and was a little angry. He snorted and said, "You wouldn't dare? I think you're very daring." In fact, he also wanted to show off and enjoy the respect and compliments of others. However, with Xiaoyang here, he didn't dare to show off too much. Looking at Xiao Yaoqian's attitude, he was extremely respectful to him but disdainful to Xiaoyang. Wouldn't this contrast kill him? Even he had to act according to Xiao Yang's mood. Seeing Xiao Qinggong so angry, Xiao Yaotian was even more flustered. He apologized repeatedly and even promised to give gifts as an apology. He really couldn't afford to offend an alchemist. Let me ask you, there are 2 alchemists here. Which one are you talking to? Xiao Qinggong asked with a cold face. 2 alchemists. Xiao Yaotian was stunned. There was only one alchemist. Where did 2 come from? His gaze swept across Xiaoyang and Xiao Man. He immediately ruled out the 2 of them without even thinking about it. Xiao Man was just a servant girl, and her status was lower than his. He was at least a steward. Her cultivation was even lower than his. How could such a person be an alchemist? As for Xiaoyang, it was better not to think about it. Ever since his cultivation fell to the martial disciple realm, his father had been busy with his affairs. How could he be an alchemist? Therefore, he looked at Xiao Qinggong weakly and said, "There's only one alchemist here. Is there a second one?" "Nonsense, are you blind? A high-level alchemist is standing right in front of you, and you don't recognize him? I have to act according to his mood, but you put me first to flatter him. If he's unhappy, won't he kill me?" Xiao Qinggong explained angrily. What could it be? He didn't dare to think about it. His heart was trembling. He looked at Xiaoyang in fear and asked nervously, "Is young master Xiaoyang a high-level alchemist?" Thinking about how he had ignored Xiaoyang just now, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. According to the clan's rules, all alchemists must be treated with respect, especially high-level alchemists. Even an elder would have to give way to them. He had actually ignored him and treated someone else as the main character. Wasn't this deliberately looking for trouble? "Yes, I am." Xiaoyang was expressionless and indifferent as he answered quietly. Plop! Xiao Yaotian immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "I deserve to die, I deserve to die. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare my life, young master." Xiaoyang glanced at the other party indifferently and frowned. "This isn't a big deal. Why do you have to be like this? Get up and go about your business. Just do your job well for my family." Yes. Thank you, young Master Xiaoyang, for sparing my life. If you need anything, just let us know." Xiao Yaotian hurriedly left after receiving permission. After walking far away, he touched his clothes and found that they were all wet. He was really scared just now. On the verge of death, if the other party wanted to take his life, his family would not even blink an eye. "All right, let's pack up and get ready to go to the herb field. Xiao Qinggong, I'll bring you out. See if there are any herbs you need. At least I can say a few words here." Not to mention his identity as a high-level alchemist. Just based on his identity as Xiao Wangu's son, the person in charge of the herb field would have to cooperate a little out of respect for Xiao Wangu. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you, boss." Xiao Qinggong was also an alchemist. Of course, he had a natural desire for herbs. No alchemist would complain about having too many alchemy resources. The 3 of them stood in the huge herb field. There were herb workers working here, and they did not disturb each other. When they passed by the herb field, they saw many good herbs. However, it was not the best time to harvest them, and they were not needed by Xiaoyang, so they let them go. After walking for a while, they saw hundreds of workers gathered here and discussing something. Each of them had a melancholic look on their faces, and they were sighing with despair. These herb workers earned their income through production. If the production was not good, their income would be reduced. If it was serious, it would affect the survival of the family. "Everyone, what happened?" Xiaoyang asked indifferently. "Oh, it's young Master Xiaoyang." "Greetings, young Master Xiaoyang." A few foremen recognized Xiaoyang at a glance and hurriedly led the crowd to greet him. Xiao Yaotian had already instructed them to cooperate with Xiao Yang's work. "Well, why are you gathered here? It seems like you have encountered some problems," Xiaoyang said calmly. A few foremen looked at each other, and one of them hesitated for a while before standing up and saying, "Young Master Xiaoyang, our medicine field has been shrouded in poisonous gas overnight. If we don't think of a way to expel it, our medicine seedlings will die. This time, our family has invested all of our money into this planting. If there is no harvest, our family of 4 will starve to death. Young Master Xiaoyang, please save us. Please save us, young Master Xiaoyang." The foreman led the workers to kneel down. It was clear that their situation was not optimistic. Xiaoyang frowned and continued to ask, "Has this happened before? How was it dealt with?" Reporting to young Master, "This has never happened before. This poisonous gas came suddenly and only attacked the seedlings. It did not hurt anyone. It is very strange," a foreman replied respectfully. "Then, does Xiao Yaotian know about this?" Xiaoyang asked. "Young Master Xiaoyang, this happened suddenly last night. We have not reported to Steward Xiao yet. Under normal circumstances, we discuss countermeasures and only look for Steward Xiao if we can't handle it. Well, let's go." "Take me to have a look," Xiaoyang ordered. The group of people walked toward the herb field filled with poisonous gas. After Xiaoyang approached, he immediately sensed the poisonous gas with the help of his poison body's special constitution. He had the memories of the eternal poison lured from his previous life. Without much thought, he immediately determined the type and source of the poisonous gas. It was the Tao poison technique. He had encountered it before. The reason why the poisonous gas spread here was that someone had deliberately released poison here. The Wang family of Weiyang City specialized in cultivating the Tao poison technique. They also had a branch in Donglin town. They must have passed down the Tao poison technique and then instructed people to cause trouble. Xiao family in Donglin town and the Wang family had friction and conflicts every 2 to 3 days. This was already a common occurrence. The other party tampering with the herb field was expected. Xiaoyang explained the situation here to everyone. He also asked Xiaoman to write a short message to report to the family. Chapter 88. Xiao, Qinggong, the 4 foremen, and hundreds of farmers all looked angry after hearing Xiaoyang's explanation. There were even a few farmers who cursed at the Wang family. It was not easy for them to do a job, but they were trampled on like this. Then young Master Xiaoyang, since you know the type and source of the poisonous gas, do you have a way to help us dispel the poisonous gas? We are all very grateful. This is a life-saving thing." The 4 foremen knelt on the ground and begged again, and so did the other farmers. "Great Grandmaster, I think you should help them. After all, it is not easy for people to live, not to mention they are all from a Xiao family." Xiao Qinggong also persuaded. He was not surprised that Xiaoyang could identify the poisonous gas, but was shocked by the speed and decisiveness of the other party's judgment. At least he could not compare to this. In terms of detoxification, if Xiaoyang said he was second, no one would dare to say they were first. At least Xiao Qinggong could not think of a way to dispel the poisonous gas for the time being, so he could only rely on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang nodded and said, "As a member of a Xiao family, I am very grateful for your efforts. Of course, I will also share your difficulties." He gently touched the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body was as light as a swallow. He immediately floated in the air. He operated the most violent poison technique, the heaven-devouring poison technique, and stimulated the poison veins in his body. A majestic suction force suddenly appeared, crazily absorbing the poisonous gas below, like a whale absorbing water. He had seen this billowing poison technique before. It could be used as a nutrient to promote cultivation. It was quite good. This was also a kind of harvest. After all, Xiaoyang was a person who relied on poison to promote his cultivation. After about half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Yang slowly floated down from the sky and landed on the ground. With his hands behind his back, he said indifferently, "All the poisonous gas has been removed. You can go and take a look." The foreman and many farmers were happy and crazily went to the medicine fields they were in charge of. What entered their eyes were full of vitality. The previous withered and listless state had disappeared, and even the air was fresher. Obviously, Xiaoyang had dispelled the poisonous gas. They all walked back and expressed their gratitude to Xiaoyang. Their expressions were excited and full of enthusiasm. They were extremely happy. "Thank you, young Master Xiaoyang. I am unable to repay your kindness. Young Master Xiaoyang, we are willing to do anything for you." Xiaoyang waved his hand, signaling for them to stop. He faintly said, "I'm only here to take a few sets of medicinal herbs and help you guys out. If you have any problems in the future, you can contact me. All right, I'm leaving. Take care, young Master Xiaoyang. We respectfully send young Master Xiaoyang off." Xiaoyang left the herb field with Xiao Qinggong and Xiao Meng. After passing by the steward's office, Xiaoyang didn't intend to go in. This time, although it wasn't perfect, it was almost enough. It was time to go back. "Young Master Xiaoyang, wait!" Someone shouted from behind. It was Xiao Yaotian who ran out. "Young Master Xiaoyang, thank you for dispelling the poison in the herb field. I heard from the people below that this is a small gift for you guys. I hope you guys can accept it. It was nothing more than some medicinal herbs." This was the highest respect they could give. Xiaoyang waved his hand, indicating that there was no need. Xiao Qinggong was very rich. He had already collected all the medicinal herbs he needed, so there was no need for it. Xiao Meng thought that her status was low. She didn't have the right to accept it, and she didn't dare to accept it. Therefore, Xiao Yaotian was embarrassed. He couldn't even give out the gift. If he went back, he would be scolded to death. People would say that he was stingy and didn't know how to repay kindness. He could only pretend to be pitiful and beg Xiaoyang to accept it. Xiaoyang listened to the other party's words. It seemed that if he didn't accept it, he would be miserable when he went back. He thought for a while and said, "Xiao Meng, accept it. You won't be used as a cultivation resource." "Yes, thank you, young master." Xiao Meng took the pill from the other party's hand. The other party was very grateful. Only then did he relax and leave. As for the medicinal herbs, of course, Xiao Meng accepted them without hesitation. Her cultivation wasn't very high. Even if she couldn't use it, she could give it to others or make a deal with them. The three of them went back to the Xiao family. Xiao Qinggong glanced sideways at Xiaoyang. He wanted to say something, but stopped. "Ask whatever you want," Xiaoyang said. Xiao Qinggong chuckled and said, "I just want to ask you how you detoxified the poison. I haven't seen you use any detoxification pills. You just detoxified the poison with your cultivation method. That's amazing." He had a rich experience and gained a lot from this trip with Xiaoyang. His relationship with Xiaoyang was also much closer, so he was more casual. "You'll know in the future," Xiaoyang replied. This was his secret. He didn't want to announce it for the time being to avoid being targeted. After more than half a day's journey, they had already walked 100 feet away from Donglin Town. Donglin Town was in front of them. After such a long time of hard work outside, it felt wonderful to suddenly return home. "Stop, it's a robbery." A hoarse roar could be heard. Xiaoyang and the other two turned around and looked at the source of the voice. They saw a group of masked people surrounding them. Xiaoyang smiled faintly, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. The other party's disguise was too casual. It was obvious that they wanted to use another identity to bully him. Xiao Qinggong was so angry that he directly jumped up and shouted, "Wang Xiaotong, can't you act more realistically? Look at you. You haven't even changed the clothes of the Wang family. You're just covered with a rag. What do you want to do?" Wang Xiaotong snorted and roared, "Why are you quarreling? We're bandits. Xiao family has nothing to say if we bully you. Go, take all their belongings." If they dare to resist, beat them to death. Wang Xiaotong was a direct descendant of the Wang family in Donglin town. Not only was his talent and cultivation high, but he was also very bold. Relying on the main family in Wyong City, they had always been arrogant, domineering, and committed all kinds of crimes. The reason why the Wang family dared to challenge the Xiao family was that they had the support of the main family in Wyong City. In Donglin town, the friction between the two families happened frequently. It was no surprise. Wang Xiaotong was like a member of the Xiao family. Of course, he had to show off. They were all juniors. So what if he humiliated them? What could the elders do? Yes, sir. 2 henchmen immediately came up to Xiao Yang and the other 2, wanting to take away their belongings. However, as soon as they stretched out their hands, they were arrogantly slapped away. The 2 henchmen fell to the ground in pain, wailing and screaming. Bastards, how dare you hurt my people? All of you, go and beat them down. Wang Xiaotong roared and ordered the others to attack. The group of people roared and fiercely rushed to Xiaoyang and the other 2. Chapter 89. Stubborn, you're courting death. Xiaoyang snorted. The powerful cultivation of a 9th martial warrior broke out, directly hitting the body of these people. These people did not have time to get close, and they all vomited blood. Wang Xiaotong, come here. Xiaoyang grabbed Wang Xiaotong with one hand. Wang Xiaotong's face changed, and he was suddenly caught by Xiaoyang. Say, do you want to die or live? He directly stepped on Wang Xiaotong to the ground and asked with a cold face. Of course, he did not need to be polite to this kind of people. I want to live, don't kill me. Wang Xiaotong immediately begged for mercy. He thought that these 3 people were easy to bully, but he did not expect that the other side was a 9th martial warrior. If he knew this, he would not have come to die. But now it was too late to regret. His face was pale, and his forehead overflowed with cold sweat. He looked at Xiaoyang with fear. Didn't they say that the legendary Xiaoyang was a piece of trash? Mother asterisk her, this was simply a scam. Look at Xiaoyang's cultivation. How was he a piece of trash? He decided that when he returned, he would tear the person who spread the rumor into pieces. I'm very easy to talk to. Go, hand over all your wealth, otherwise humph, Xiaoyang threatened. Wang Xiaotong trembled and hurriedly ordered, What are you doing? Hurry up and hand over all your wealth. Do you want me to die? Many of the lackeys handed over their savings, and even Wang Xiaotong was no exception. Only then did Xiaoyang release them. He sneered, I'm only suppressing bandits. I hope you understand. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer. Yes, we understand. Wang Xiaotong and others hurriedly nodded. It meant that this matter should be settled privately, and no one should report it to the family. This made Wang Xiaotong feel very wronged. If he knew this would happen, he would not use the identity of a bandit. If he openly showed his identity, even if the other side wanted to kill him, they would have to consider the face of the Wang family. Get lost. After receiving their wealth, Xiaoyang withdrew his power and snorted. Wang Xiaotong and the others did not dare to stay any longer. They hurriedly left with their lackeys. Xiao family, Xiaoyang and the other 2 had already returned to the clan. Xiao Qinggong returned to the poison medicine pavilion. I still have some matters to attend to. Xiao Qinggong nodded and turned to leave. This trip was not in vain. He had gained a lot, and now he had to go back to the alchemy room to study it. Let's go, Xiao Man. Let's go home. Xiaoyang walked in front. Xiao Man was very happy. At least this proved that she and Xiaoyang were family. When he returned to the courtyard, he saw Xiao Wangu waiting for him. Xiao Man went to serve tea and water. Sit. Xiao Wangu pointed to the seat next to him and gestured for Xiaoyang to sit. Xiaoyang nodded, walked into the pavilion, and sat down in front of him. I know what happened. You did well. Xiao Wangu's unchanging zombie face revealed a kind smile. He knew that his son was very outstanding. He drove away the magnetic beast in the iron mining area and gave the credit to Xiao Pai and the others. He also knew that his son killed the level 4 evil cultivator, Gui Ruomo. He also knew what Xiaoyang did in the herb field. Fortunately, Xiaoyang was there. Otherwise, these two problems would really give him a headache. It's just that you took too many risks. Why didn't you stall for time after encountering Gui Ruomo? What if something happened to you? What do you want me to do? Xiao Wangu complained to Xiaoyang. As a father, he was worried about his son's safety. Xiaoyang was ashamed and did not dare to say anything. When he faced Gui Ruomo, he was actually quite confident. Even if he could not defeat him, escaping would not be a problem. At that time, it was not that he did not think of stalling for time. However, with Xiao Man and Xiao Qinggong around, he did not care too much. Furthermore, he had the martial ancestor realm fiery bird with him. A mere Gui Ruomo was something that could be dealt with a mouthful of flames. All right, in short, it's good that you came back safe and sound. Next time, don't take such risks. You are your father's good son. Xiao Wangu sighed with relief in his eyes. After the two of them sat for a while, Xiaoyang said his goodbyes and left. After Xiaoyang left, Xiao Wangu personally called Xiao Man over and asked, Xiao Man, did you really see young master kill Gui Ruomo with your own eyes? Regarding this, he did not dare to believe it. Gui Ruomo was a martial master and also had the help of a magnetic stone beast. If Xiaoyang had the ability to kill Gui Ruomo, he would not have to be so worried during the battle. Actually, after the battle, he also went to see the scene of the battle. That tragic scene was not a battle between martial masters, but a battle between martial ancestor realm experts. The extent of the explosion and the degree of devastation was something that even he, a martial master realm 8, would not be able to withstand, let alone Xiaoyang, who was only a martial warrior realm 9. Because of this, he had a lot of questions. Xiao Man's cultivation was only at the martial warrior realm, and this was a recent increase. She did not know how powerful a martial ancestor realm was. Hearing Xiao Wangu's question, she honestly replied, Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The shockwave of the explosion was too terrifying. Even Xiao Qinggong was almost swallowed up. That was the most terrifying scene. Even she was almost scared silly. Thinking about it now, she still had lingering fears. Oh, before the explosion, I vaguely heard the words self-detonation technique. Xiao Man tilted her head and thought for a while before continuing to add. In any case, she did not know what the self-detonation technique was. As a simple person, all she needed to do was to serve the young master and master. Why would she need to think so much? What? Self-detonation technique? Isn't that a restriction technique? It burns one's life and soul to temporarily increase one's cultivation and release a powerful attack. If a martial master used this martial technique, he could raise his cultivation to the martial ancestor realm for a short period of time. Thinking about it this way, it was no wonder that the crater was so tragic. However, facing such a powerful opponent, how did Xiaoyang survive? Xiao Wangu's heart thumped as he thought about it. Even he did not have the confidence to withstand the explosion that was comparable to a martial ancestor realm expert. Forget it. Perhaps everyone has their own secrets. There was no need to delve into it. He waved his hand, indicating for Xiao Man to leave. Xiaoyang was on his way back to the poison medicine pavilion. He did not have much time left. There was only a week left before the life and death battle with Xiaoqin. He reckoned that Xiaoqin had already broken through to the second stage of martial master. He could not fall too far behind Xiaoqin. When he passed by the mission hall, Xiaoyang thought about whether or not he should exchange for the reward for defeating the rank 4 evil cultivator Gui Ruomo. In the end, he sighed and left. Let's not exchange for now. He returned to the poison medicine pavilion and entered his own cave. Xiao Dalai stepped forward to curry favor with him. He served him tea and asked about his well-being. Through these few days of cultivation, his cultivation had increased by another level. In his heart, he was very grateful to Xiaoyang. If not for Xiaoyang, how could he have such good luck? Chapter 90. Xiaoyang entered the alchemy room and began to refine the pills. This time, he had collected most of the herbs he needed. Although they were not perfect, refining a profound, grade poison pill would not be a problem. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to rely on the profound, grade poison pill to raise his cultivation to martial master. This was also his goal when he entered the poison pavilion. Inside the room, the alchemy fire was burning, illuminating the entire alchemy room. In the middle of the alchemy room, there was a huge cauldron with alchemy fire wrapped around it. On both sides of the cauldron, there were various kinds of herbs. These herbs were all prepared to be refined. They were essential for refining a profound, grade poison pill. In front of the cauldron, Xiaoyang sat cross-legged with a serious expression. He revolved his cultivation, formed hand seals with one hand, and threw the herbs into the cauldron with the other. He released his powerful divine will, restraining every trace of the flames and also controlling the degree of refinement of each set of herbs. This kind of boring and tedious refining lasted for a full 3 days. Basically, all the required medicinal ingredients had been refined. He was also exhausted. His face was pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His spirit was dispirited and he looked weak. The higher the grade of the pill, the harder it was to refine. It required a corresponding cultivation and physical strength to support it. It also required a huge amount of mental power to control it. This was also an important factor in distinguishing between a high-level alchemist and a low-level alchemist. At least until now, the poison pavilion had not refined a single profound, grade poison pill. Time passed slowly. Another few days passed. Xiaoyang was still sitting, cross-legged. The cauldron was still burning, and all the herbs around it had been cleared. In order to refine a profound, grade poison pill, Xiaoyang had invested almost all his energy. Now that he had reached the finishing stage, he relaxed a little. As long as there were no problems, he would be able to open the cauldron the next day. Before opening the cauldron, he wanted to take the opportunity to recover his strength and cultivation. It was already the day of the life and death battle between Xiaoyang and Xiaoqin. This was the agreement between the two of them. On this day, the clan announced the start of the clan's tournament. The top 10 would receive rich rewards. Many of the clan's disciples heard the news and gathered at the training grounds. The clan's bell had also been rung. After all, the clan's tournament was a competition that the entire clan attached great importance to. This represented the problem of the clan's foundation in the future. The more outstanding people there were, the more stable their foundation would be. This kind of competition was worth the family's resources. Thump, 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 thump. Numerous figures rushed over from all directions. There were contestants participating in the competition, as well as spectators who were here to watch the show. There were also quite a few managers who came here to maintain order. There were also guards who participated. The clan leader and the 3 great elders were all here to oversee the competition. The scale was unprecedentedly grand, and the standards were also very high. In the past, Patriarch Xiao Wanyan would never participate in this kind of competition, because the champion was always taken away by Xiaoyang. It was too boring, and he did not want to embarrass himself here. However, it was different this year. Xiaoyang's cultivation had already dropped, and the strongest genius of the Xiao family was Xiaoqin, who was also his son. Naturally, he had to oversee this place and personally witness his son's rise. He also had the thought of basking in his son's glory and was proud of his son. There were also people from the Wang family who came to watch. Although the Wang family and the Xiao family were rivals, they were also partners. There was competition and cooperation. The Lin family not only came to watch, but also to participate in the competition. Although the Lin family was one of the 3 great families in Donglan town, they were supported by the Xiao family. In other words, they were affiliated with the Xiao family. Therefore, they were also part of the Xiao family's competition. The sun had already come out, and the sunlight shone on the training field. Those who were supposed to come had all arrived. The arena, the seats, the host, and all kinds of equipment had already been set up. All that was left was to wait for the contestants to go on stage. At this moment, a handsome figure flew over. His temperament was otherworldly, and he floated like an immortal. It was the Xiao family's #1 genius, Xiao Qin. Many people screamed when they saw Xiao Qin coming over, as if they had seen their idol. They were excited and happy. There was a girl beside Xiao Qin. This girl was meticulously dressed, wearing a purple dress. It was Lin Shanshan. Under the attention of tens of thousands of people, her self-esteem was greatly satisfied. She tried her best to pretend to be elegant and proper and looked at the crowd with a smile. "Is Xiao Yang here?" After Xiao Qin appeared, he directly landed on the first arena. His arrogant voice spread all around the field. Almost everyone in the Xiao family knew about the life and death challenge between Xiao Qin and Xiao Yang. Therefore, it was not strange that Xiao Qin called out Xiao Yang as soon as he appeared. Many people were discussing that Xiao Yang has already fallen from the position of a genius. What qualifications does he have to compete with Xiao Qin for #1? Xiao Yang is overestimating himself. He can't even recognize the facts. I'm afraid he's in trouble this time. It's not that he can't recognize the facts. It's just that he has to let go of his past glory and pride. Think about it. How can he let go of his previous arrogance when he suddenly fell from grace? I heard that Xiao Yang's cultivation has fallen to the tragic level of a martial disciple. This time he's dead for sure. With such cultivation, he still dares to challenge Xiao Qin to a life and death duel. Stupid beyond compare. After waiting for a while, they still did not see Xiao Yang accept the challenge. Many people even started to shout, openly mocking Xiao Yang. This Xiao Yang still hasn't come. Is he afraid of death? Where did that courage go when he issued the challenge go? Today is the day of the challenge. He can't be pretending that he doesn't know, right? The former genius has already become trash. Could it be that you still want to talk about courage and promises with trash? Ridiculous. Many people shook their heads and sighed. They were disappointed in Xiao Yang. Patriarch Xiao Wanyan chuckled with a proud expression. He glanced at Xiao Wangu, who had an unsightly expression, and mocked. Could it be that Xiao Yang is afraid of the challenge and doesn't dare to come? This made Xiao Wangu's expression even more unsightly. How could he feel good when others mocked his child? He coldly snorted and did not say anything. Whether his son came or not, Xiao Yang would always be his beloved son. This reaction made Xiao Wanyan laugh even harder. In the past, he was too lazy to even attend because he did not want to suffer. Now he could finally hold his head high and be in the limelight. Lin Shanshan sat at the side and looked at Xiao Qian with infatuation. She sneered. My choice was indeed correct. Xiao Yang, you're still trash. You're an eliminated product. On the other side, after Xiao Yang heard the clan's bell, he immediately woke up from his cross-legged meditation. He knew that the clan tournament was about to begin. He glanced at the alchemy furnace and released his divine sense. He clearly saw the appearance of the poison pill. He could not help but smile. He opened the alchemy furnace and took the pill. As soon as he walked out of the alchemy room, he saw Xiao Dalai with a bitter face.